everybody, to our 12th annual Nonprofit Symposium. I wanted to extend a thank you to each and every one of you. Our Nonprofit Symposium is a day that we can bring our nonprofit community together to provide you with leadership and education about events happening in our world and in your community that shape not only what you do now and in the future. My name is Stacy Cornwell. I'm the National Nonprofit Industry Practice Leader at Armanino, and I will be your MC for today. Very excited. We have more than 700 nonprofit executives joining us from around the country today. We have 3 satellite viewings today in Denver, Colorado, Fort Worth, Texas, and Chicago, Illinois, and then all of you that are on our virtual platform online. So again, everybody, welcome. The agenda for our symposium has always been shaped by you, those of you sitting in our audience or guests. We survey each of you every year to come up with topics for our event. We want to know what's top of mind for you. We want to know what you want to hear about in order to put the day together for you. So with that, the theme of this year's symposium is there's a crossroads of today and the future. It's where your nonprofit faces the critical choices that will shape your destiny. Our symposium today will be a compass to guide you on your journey and illuminate the path to success. This event can truly be a catalyst for your organization or a breakthrough, an inflection point to help you determine what path you're going to take when you're at that crossroad. You're going to be able to leave here today with transformative ideas that are going to shape what you do today and tomorrow. By bridging the gap between now and next, we approach the crossroads together, being informed and being ready to innovate. We embrace the spirit of progress with each other and join as we navigate the decisions that will define your mission and choose the road to a brighter future. So as far as some housekeeping items today, for those of you on our virtual platforms, you're going to use the site for the chat information and questions. So all of that will be available on the live stream. You'll be able to chat in your questions on the platform and interact with the presentation virtually. If you're having any technical issues on the live stream, you can use that chat function also to connect with our live stream engineers, and they'll be able to help you out. As far as CPE goes for today, there are going to be polling questions that you're going to have to answer for each session. No worries, we're not trying to trick you today. We're not trying to quiz you or test you on the content. Some of the polling questions are just to get to know you a little bit better, those of you that are in the audience. But remember, there's 4 per session, so for all of your CPE, you're going to want to answer all 4 of the polling questions for session to get the maximum CPE, and then you'll have a survey at the end of the day today that you'll have to answer for the CPE. You're going to be able to go through some quick tips that are available for you. So you're going to utilize the chat function to engage and connect, as I mentioned, and then you'll engage with other members of the Armanino team as the day goes on, either virtually or if you're in one of the live stream locations. So as far as our learning objectives for today, we're going to explore how to lead effectively through times of change, crisis, and disruption while managing the needs of your community. We're going to discuss the elements of branding and storytelling, and we're going to give you a chance to connect with your organizations and your community. And we're going to examine ways that you can embrace a data culture, ways that you can determine how data can impact your organization and how you can use data to be successful. We'll also explore the ways that you can apply what you're learning today as far as emerging technology, data, to your risks in today's environment. We went through the CPE information a couple minutes ago, so just remember to answer those polling questions. This gives you an idea of what the polling questions are going to look like when they come up on stream. You can go ahead and just answer those as they come up. They'll give you a prompt, and then we'll share all the answers afterwards as we go along. So I just wanted to give a quick thank you to all of our sponsors for today, G2 Insurance, Workday, and Revolution Office. We wouldn't be able to do this event without all of you today, and so we wanted to thank you for being here. I also wanted to thank our event production company, Happily, and then all of the Armanino team members that went into helping produce our event today, our marketing team. So Megan, Summer, Amanda, Tanza, Courtney, Angie, and Russell, big thank you to all of you. And I also wanted to thank all of our speakers today in advance. They're going to be bringing you guys some great content for the event today. Carmel, Mike, Morgan, Chris, Eric, Ben, Christine, Jane, Matt, Boris, and Jeff. I'm very excited for them to be able to talk to you today and can't wait for all the content that they have for you. I also wanted to give a special shout out to Lori Jones-Brown, who is the CEO of Philabundance here in Philadelphia. She could not, and her team at Philabundance. Lori was unable to join us today as a speaker, but she had shared Philabundance's story with us prior to the symposium around her leadership and her organization's leadership during their uncertain times. And it did shape some of what we put together for the symposium today. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to her before we got started, and thank you. Okay, so to kick us off, we're gonna hear a pre-recorded message from our CEO, Matt Armanino. Matt could not be here with us today also, but he wanted to send a quick message to everybody about purposeful leadership in uncertain times. Remember, that's the theme of our symposium today. And so he wanted to send some comments and some words to you all as we kick off the symposium.
Welcome everyone to Armanino's 2023 Nonprofit Symposium. I'm Matt Armanino and I'm thrilled to welcome you to today's program. I'm filled with pride to know that we're carrying on our 12-year tradition of delivering innovative thought leadership to the nation's nonprofit leaders. Each of you is making a significant impact in your communities, and we greatly value our relationship with you and your organizations. As an accounting and consulting organization, our team members find purpose in the success of our clients. And I can tell you that our Armanino nonprofit professionals are absolutely filled with pride when they talk about how they support you in living out your missions. Now, that gives me an opportunity to reflect on today's keynote, Purposeful Leadership in Uncertain Times. As many of you know, Armanino is not your typical professional services firm. Our purpose is to be the most innovative and entrepreneurial firm that makes a positive impact in the lives of our clients, our people, and our communities. It's that purpose that gives a spark day in and day out to our professionals, that inspires them, and is often the very reason why they vote with their feet to be part of Armanino as opposed to any other firm. We took that mission to the next level in 2021 by becoming a certified B Corporation. And it was through that process that we examined nearly every aspect of our operations, along with the support of the world-renowned sustainability organization, the B Corp, to assure and verify that we were amongst the companies, leaders in the nation who were balancing our purpose and our profits. We live out that purpose today in a very tangible way by offering you thought leadership that you really can't find elsewhere. We know how crucial this is. We know that many of you today are facing a crossroads. You're at a juncture in the history of your organizations. Now, we're here to help. We are excited to help ideate on breakthrough solutions, on ways that you can transform for tomorrow with creative solutions that make for an even brighter future. Now, with that said, I'm also extremely excited to see so many bright Armanino experts, some of our best talent on the agenda today. They are fantastic. But I'm even more excited to see some of the wonderful guest speakers who will join us today. In particular, a special thank you to Boris Cyperstein and Lori Jones for being here, for sharing their knowledge from the trenches with all of us. We truly appreciate it. My hope for you today as part of the Non-for-Profit Symposium is that you take a break from your day-to-day duties, that you pull out of the fast lane and you take a broader view of things, that you lift your sights high above the horizon, and you look at the opportunities that are there today to rethink how we are working, how we're accomplishing our purpose, and how we're staring down the opportunities of this breakthrough moment for our organizations. After all, collectively, this is how our communities can ensure that our best days are ahead of us. Thank you for being here and enjoy the program.
That was a great message from Matt. We hope each of you does get a chance to take a break from your day-to-day lives every day and focus on the crossroad and the journey in front of your organization. As I mentioned, we're going to get a lot of time today, networking and break sessions, so please feel free to share your story with somebody that you haven't met A lot of times in the nonprofit community, we generate ideas that way, and that can be the thing that drives our destiny as well. We are truly in uncertain times as a nonprofit community, and we're facing critical choices that are going to no doubt shape your destiny. As we thought about our keynote for today, we looked for a leader in our nonprofit community who could tell their story about how they led their organization effectively through times of change, crisis, and disruption while meeting the needs of your community. That organization is Fred's Footsteps. Fred's Footsteps has a mission to bring hope to families with sick children. The organization provides direct financial support to families who are in financial crisis due to the care of a chronically or critically ill child. Fred's Footsteps understands every family is different, working with each family and their social worker to tailor support for their unique needs. I'm very grateful that Christine DeBona-Lobley, the executive director of Fred's Footsteps, accepted our invitation to be the keynote speaker for our symposium today and to be a part of this journey with you. And to introduce Christine, I wanted to bring my colleague Jane Scacchetti out. She is going to be our moderator for this keynote panel today. Jane Scacchetti is the former CEO of Drucker & Scacchetti, a local firm here in Philadelphia that merged with Armanino. Hi, welcome. Welcome. In 2022. Jane's background is as a tax accountant. She's a CPA with a master's in taxation. She specializes in consulting to wealthy families and entrepreneurially driven businesses. Within Armanino, her role is that of as an ambassador, capitalizing on her understanding and her strong relationships in the Philadelphia community. Jane is also on the board of directors of Penn Entertainment, serving as audit committee chair and member of the compliance committees. Her prior board experience includes companies such as Myers Industries, Pep Boys, DiGiorno's, makes me hungry thinking about that, Nutrition Management Services, and First Penn Bank. Her prior board experience, Jane is active in our community and serves on many civic and community boards. Currently, she's on the board of Temple University Health System, the Philadelphia Foundation, Philadelphia Center, City District Foundation, and the Women's Nonprofit Leadership Initiative. So again, Jane, thank you for moderating this panel today.
Thank you.
And I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. And I'm excited to be here, and welcome to everyone. Really excited to introduce our next guest. This is Christine DeBona-Lobley, and I've known Christine all her life. In her work as executive director of Fred's Footsteps, Christine leads an organization that arose as a result of her father's passing. Fred DeBona died at a very early age, 54 years old, and he had an enormous impact on the community here in Philadelphia. And he was also known for his generosity, his heart, his spirit, and his really concern for children facing health issues. So Christine, who was working with a promising career at the time in financial services back in 2005, decided that she would lead Fred's Footsteps to extend her father's legacy. With a mission to bring hope to families of sick children, the organization provides direct financial support to those families who are facing financial crisis as a result of trying to care for a critically ill child. And Fred's Footsteps family is very different, and you're going to hear how they meet these unique needs. With Christine's leadership, Fred's Footsteps continues to grow. It's a leading financial support provider here in Philadelphia, providing support for over 1,600 families with over $8.4 million in funding. And those needs will do things like pay for mortgages, rents, renovations of homes, vans, things that the family needs that are often overlooked by other institutions. Christine's led the organization in transitioning it from a board of family and friends to a board of a governing board that has many impressive business and community leaders. So I'd like you to welcome Christine DeBona-Lobley. She'll tell us a little more about herself and Fred's Footsteps. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you.
Have a seat. So Christine, we're excited that you're here today, and we have a lot of questions for you, and we'll try to get through all of them in our time. But let's just start with you giving some background about Fred's Footsteps, about you, and about what you're doing But if you could also take us into how you have faced the tumultuous times that were a result of the pandemic and what you're seeing and what you're doing now coming out of that.
Great. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me today. I'm really excited to be here and speak to everyone about leading during tumultuous times. I'm Christine Lobley, the co-founder and executive director of Fred's Footsteps. And at Fred's Footsteps, our mission is to ensure that a family with medically complex children can focus solely on their child's health and not worry about finances. So we do that in a lot of ways, but mostly it's through mortgage and rental assistance, home modifications, and kind of whatever the family needs, we like to meet them where they are. It's really a lifeline of support during a difficult time. So we've been doing this for 18 years now, so we've certainly seen a lot of change in the industry, a lot of change just at Fred's Footsteps, and a lot of change in society. And I think the COVID crisis was really what woke a lot of us up to needing to adapt to change quickly and do things differently. So we were, the pandemic brought challenges to all nonprofits during that time. It brought challenges to everyone in the world. But I think for nonprofits specifically, we saw the needs of the families that we served really multiplying no matter what area you were working in. And we also then saw events being canceled. We didn't know what was going to happen with donors and charitable giving. So we were really in a position of the unknown at that point. For Fred's Footsteps, it was really looking at supporting these families who were the most vulnerable population and figuring out how we could continue to support them because they were often faced with impossible choices. So the families that we serve, the parents worked in industries that were disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So they were industries that couldn't transition to work from home. They were industries with essential workers where they had to be in person, retail, manufacturing, those types of industries. But their children were also the most vulnerable population at that time. So they were the ones who had to make the impossible choice between, if I go to work and make money, then I could come home and bring this home to a medically complex child. So they were really struggling with impossible choices during that time. On top of that catch-22, we also saw a lot of the nursing shortage that started during the pandemic and still continues to be, I think, the biggest threat to what we do and the families that we serve is the nursing shortage. But they didn't even have nurses to care for their children in their home. So they were really faced with choices that no one should have to make. We were able to mobilize quickly, get our board together at the end of March and say, at this point, there's a lot that we don't know. And acknowledging that first was the first part. There's a lot that we don't know, but what do we know? We know that the families right now that we're serving are worried about putting food on the table and getting their household items. So let's start with that and start by building a COVID-19 relief fund so that we can quickly get money into the hands of these families that we're serving. We talked to our social worker partners at the hospitals. We figured out a way to send those digitally to families to make sure that they were places that they could get groceries delivered. And we kind of started with that and said, we don't need to solve everything right now, but we can be a part of this solution. And during that time, we started serving families and sending these out to them so that they could take a breath and say, okay, we'll deal with what's next when what's next comes up. Then what we saw was then looking at what is the city doing? What are other organizations doing? And other wonderful organizations and the city stepped up and started providing more food solutions for families. So at that point, what was really important for us was to then reassess and say, okay, so now we can take a step back and say, what's the next thing that families are really worried about? And that next thing was housing. So, obviously we all knew it wasn't 2 weeks to flatten the curve. So now we had to look at, with children potentially not going back to school and medically complex children not going back to daycares, they're worried about housing. They're worried about paying their housing bills. So again, we got together as a board and looked at a temporary assistance program for mortgage and rent payments for families who were disproportionately affected in those industries. So we're really proud of that work that we were able to do. We were able to do it quickly and effectively. We weren't solving the COVID-19 crisis, but it was your basic blocking and tackling, which was what the families really needed at that point. So we were really proud of that. I think some of the things that helped us to be able to quickly do that were that we believe at Fred's Footsteps and with all nonprofits that planning during calmer times is really the most important thing you can do. You have to use the stability of the calm times. Not that there's ever truly a calm time in a nonprofit, but calmer, I will say. You have to use that stability of that time to plan and work on your four most important pillars. And those are your vision, your mission, your guiding principles, and your culture. So I think a lot of organizations can clearly define their vision and their mission, maybe even their guiding principles, but sometimes when you get to what your culture is, more specifically your mindsets and your behaviors, it's a little more challenging, and sometimes it doesn't match what you're saying and you're putting out there publicly. So at Fred's Footsteps, our guiding principles are family, compassion, connection, integrity, and legacy. But again, those are really just buzzwords unless you define them clearly. So we took a lot of time to, and this is all pre-COVID and before, to define what exactly does that mean. So I'm going to read exactly how we say. So as family, we say that's one of our guiding principles, and the exact wording is we always put families first. Period, hard stop. We do everything possible to achieve a deep and meaningful and personalized impact for each family. I think that saying that then enables us to, if we're doing a new initiative, if we're in crisis and we're looking to do a COVID-19 fund, we had to say what puts families first. And it's important also in knowing then what not to do, right? What funding not to take if it maybe it helps your budget, but it doesn't put your mission first. So defining that as a guiding principle was really important for us. And then one step below that was defining your culture, so your mindsets, your behaviors that embody how everyone as part of the organization behaves. It's obviously most important with your staff, but your board, your volunteers, and making sure that when you're interviewing board, when you're interviewing volunteers, that everyone's buying into that and knowing that this is what's expected of everyone. So for us, those are, and we always say them as the we are. So we are pragmatic, we are flexible, we are thoughtful, we are courageous, we are reliable. I think then it really enables us to then say, okay, well, what do those mean as well? And we sat down and went through a list of 15 behaviors that are under these. So again, I'm gonna read these because I think it's really important because we wordsmith them to make sure that it was very clear. So using flexibility as an example, since I think that's the biggest one during tumultuous times is flexibility. We say we move as fast as we can, but as slow as we need to. We don't do things a certain way because that is how it has always been done. We are willing to change our mind when new information is presented. So those were really the things, those are just 3 of maybe 15 behaviors that we list out. Those are really the things that then I think enabled us during that time to move as fast as we could with a COVID-19 fund, to change our mind as new information was presented, to say that once we knew more about what others in the community were doing, about the state of the pandemic, we could change our mind and do something different. So we were really proud of the work we did, that foundational work that enabled us to quickly act during that crisis. So in terms of kind of advice during tumultuous times, I think the first and foremost is accountability. So being able to hold people accountable to those things that you have defined. And I don't think you can hold people accountable to live into these values unless they've seen them, and they've seen them multiple times. So we all know how long it takes, especially with unstructured data, to, 7 to 20 times for it to be internalized. You need to make sure that when you're communicating with your board, your volunteers, your staff, that you're using these words and using these mindsets and reminding them about them and sending out your culture and values to everyone who's interacting with the organization, partners. And we do that. We'll send it to our board a lot of times, but boards are very busy people, so you don't see them as much as you want to. But throughout our communications with the board, throughout our communications with volunteers, we try to use those words in our communications. So we'll talk about an event and we'll say, we were very pragmatic with this event and here's why. So that they're used to us using the word pragmatic, and that's part of our values. So I think in terms of holding people accountable, it's really, they have to know first what they're being held accountable to, and you have to be willing to call people out on it and say, you know, you're not doing this, you're not changing as the world has changed. We have new information right now that we need to process and change our mindsets on that. I think the second big thing really is adaptability. So, you know, just being willing to adapt. The way things we have always done, we do it this way because it's the way things have always been done is not a good reason to do something that way. And I think, you know, COVID really taught us that. I think we're seeing that in struggles across the country around return to work. Just because we've always worked in buildings doesn't mean we need to continue to. So I think that's, you know, another challenge as well. The next part is transparent and frequent communications. So I truly believe in, you know, communicate early and communicate often. I think that one of the most underrated pieces of communications is I don't know. So I think that we all kind of wait to see, do we have information? Can we
Is there
you know,
something to
is
tell?
there something to tell? And I think sometimes just communicating and saying, I don't know at this point, but telling them that you as a leader are working out ways to figure out what to do next. And you know, the twin to that, to the I don't know, is will you help me? People love to be asked to help, and this is why you have a board. This is why you have constituents. So I don't know, but hopefully you can help me figure out an answer to this is really, you know, a powerful thing. And it builds trust, because if you are communicating with your constituents during calm times as well, then they know that they can expect you to communicate with them, and they trust what you're communicating with them. And the last and probably most important piece is prioritizing your team. So I think that, you know, there's a lot of burnout in nonprofits. There's a lot of burnout all over, but in nonprofits specifically, the team is the greatest asset. Your staff, they can quickly lose passion for your mission if they feel like their well-being, both physically and mentally, is not being regarded by leadership. So I think, again, the communication piece, you need to communicate with your team. You need to ask them for their input. Even if it seems like it should have nothing to do with their role, their input is important, and they want to be heard, and they want to feel like you care about them. So I think that those are really kind of the four biggest things during tumultuous times.
Yeah, great. A great list. Do we pause at all?
Yeah, we can go ahead and roll our first polling question. We want to just survey the audience really quickly here. We want to ask how many of you, this is your first time or not attending the Armanino Symposium, so just a quick question, yes or no? Give everybody a few minutes to respond.
So Christine, I want to talk to you a little bit more about your board composition, and maybe referring back to some of the things that you just outlined as best practices as well. But just to comment, you know, I do think, you know, all of your concepts, watching out for burnout, communicating often, adapting, but probably the one that really resonated with me was that sort of think again, right? Like reevaluate, there's new information, let's not just keep doing things the way we've done it before. I know in both my personal life, my business world, and in consulting with others, that's probably one of the hardest things to get people to be willing to do, is to think again. And I don't mean to quote a book by a famous Philadelphian, Adam Grant, but that is the essence of that whole book, right? Like, let's just stop, reevaluate. We have new information. What we've done yesterday isn't necessarily what's going to accomplish the same thing in the future. So I really appreciate that list. So Chris, you talked about the things that you did, right? And you talked about your staff, you talked about your volunteers. Talk a little bit about your board. So in the early years, the board was close family and friends to your dad. How did that transition to a more, a different board? I won't call it a more professional board, because I know some of the people that were on that are very professional board members and volunteers in the community. But how has that transition taken place over these last 20 plus years?
Yeah, and
for
I
about
think
20 years.
I think it's very intentionally. So I think that that's kind of the first thing to put out there is it has to be very intentional and it has to be very honest and communicate with your board members. We started as a founding board, which is a way a lot of organizations start. And it makes sense to start with people who are closest to you, closest to the mission. So, in memory of, when you start a foundation in memory of somebody, looking at who are their closest friends. And then depending on what the mission is, who are the people who are most affected by this. So, I think that that's natural, and that kind of starts your core circle, which you need to do, organizations need to do. I think it's then making sure to communicate early and often about, okay, we have our core, and we're so grateful for this core, but how do we continue to expand our circle? And I think that the mistake that a lot of organizations make is it feels mutually exclusive, that by expanding your circle and adding more board members, that it means that you are abandoning your roots. And you can do both at the same time. And I think we did a really good job of doing that, of valuing our core board members, our founding board members, and then looking at, how do we add more people to it? And I think the initial step for us was kind of saying this is somewhat of a homogenous group, right? So it's all families and friends that were in the same industry. We've kind of gotten everything we can out of you to build our base, and we don't want to ask more of you and keep going to this well. And we couched it that way to say that's why it's important to bring in new board members. It's not so that we're devaluing what you've done. It's so that we can continue to expand our reach. So we really looked at and went through a very intentional process around what are we missing on the board?
Skill-based.
What are the skill-based skill sets? What are the connections that we can leverage that we're missing on the board? We actually did a project with Compass Philadelphia to look at that and really kind of used the data to tell us we need to get more younger people engaged. We need to get more up-and-coming leaders engaged. And I think that there was a big thought of, we had a lot of great CEOs on our board, but looking at the step down, who's next in line? They have a lot to give as well. You don't always need to go for the top person at a company if you're looking to engage a company. So we did a lot of that, and we really wanted to transition from being a board of people who knew and loved Fred, so they support the mission, to being a board of people who love what we do, and then we're able to carry his legacy on through that and tell them more about him. And I think what I'm really most proud of now is most of the board members never knew him. Right. The current board members, they never knew him. And I think that just kind of goes to show how we were able to build that board out that way.
And then you mentioned earlier just about the families first and the terminology and the language that you use just to make sure everybody is on board. And how do you, when you're building your board and when you're adding new members, how do you make sure that you educate them on those things that are important to your organization so that they're also portraying that out in the community?
Absolutely. And I think it's just, being able to send them those documents, show them the values, and when they're so clearly defined, they know what's expected of them. And I think a lot of it is really just looking at a values and cultural fit with the organization when recruiting new board members, which can be challenging because it's more of soft skills than saying, okay, this person has this skill set, they've worked at this company. Mm-hmm. It's really kind of talking to new board members and seeing that they buy into these values. I think a great way to recruit board members as well is start on committees, start bringing them to events, bringing them into something that isn't just a board seat right away. I think everyone kind of clamors to get somebody on a board seat, but you have to build that pipeline so early, and then you're really able to see what they do on a committee before committing to having them as part of your board as well.
That's a wonderful example. That's amazing. That's perfect.
Yeah, and I think a lot of not-for-profits don't take advantage of that. So they'll have various committees, and this is really an opportunity. Not so much that people learn how to be on a board, but they're learning about that organization. Mm-hmm. And they too will see if the fit of the mission is something that they can be passionate about and want to continue to spend the time. So I do think that's interesting. And it also allows, at least the familiarity that I have with some of the members of your board, some of the skill sets are very unique skill sets. You're not just looking for people that can help fundraising. You're looking for people that have skills that will understand the families that you're trying to help and the obstacles that you're facing. So it just broadens it even more.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think that it's hard because funding is hard. Finding funding is hard. And we all kind of want to go for those board members who can always bring in the funding. But there's so many other important skill sets that we have to be creative and have new board members that bring other things to the table.
Your worker bees.
Yeah.
Your worker bees, exactly.
Yeah.
And the ones that can communicate out there to your constituents, to the community.
Exactly.
You know, we talked about aligning your board during times of uncertainty, and you know, I've served on a lot of boards, and I can say that what really helps is for people to continue to resonate why we're here and why we're doing what we're doing. And I sometimes think, and I chuckled a little bit when you said, you know, board members are busy. And board members are doing other things. It's not, tends not to be their day job, right? So they're not always aware of everything that's going on, how quickly it's going on, and they're not seeing the challenges that you're facing each day. So when you can bring them up to speed quickly, when you can say, here's what we're seeing, here's what we need, here's what we think we should do, what do you think? How can you help? Where, like that whole engagement process, I think, is just a real game changer. It helps me when I'm on a board to remember what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it, what obstacles we had in the past. And again, I don't want to read a book, but I do want to be reminded so that I can quickly be able to assess and help.
Yeah, and I think we got caught at Fred's Footsteps. We got caught into that trap of everyone's so busy. We need to jump right into business, and we only have our board members for this amount of time. And we would start off by just going right into the numbers and trying to make the most use of their time. And one of my board members actually came to me about maybe 2 years ago and said, we've started at our organization with a connect to purpose at the beginning of each meeting, and I think it'd be really helpful. So now we've implemented that at every single meeting with stakeholders. So how we do that is before the meeting starts, we use storytelling, which I'm really excited to see is on the agenda for later today. But we use storytelling. So we take one family in particular and we put pictures up of that family and we tell the story of what happened to them. We tell about how a child was born 4 months too early, and this is what their parents struggled with, and dad lost his job because he was calling out, and really just tell the exact story of that family and show what they've been through, show how we've helped them. And it takes probably 5 or 10 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. Sometimes we'll read a letter that they wrote to us. But I think it really sets the stage for this is why we're here. This is why we're doing everything. And we do it at all of our meetings now. We do it at committee meetings. We do it at event planning meetings. I mean, you think the people who are coming to plan a gala, they're just coming to talk about the flowers and the sponsors and the tickets, but they want to connect to it too. And I think we're trying to save so much time and get right into the nitty-gritty that sometimes we forget that we have to do that and we have to tell those stories.
Chris, what committees do you have as part of Fred's Footsteps?
So we have kind of the standard committees within, governance. We have operations, finance, and then we have our development and marketing. And one of the things that we've done with our committees is all of our committees have board members, but also have just committee members.
Volunteers.
So it's kind of volunteers.
Right.
So it's really the kind of the interview to become a board member in some ways. And then we have a lot of, we have our events committees, obviously, and we have a Young Friends committee that works on events for young friends.
Right.
You mentioned earlier about prioritizing your team and making sure that they get their thoughts heard. In what ways do you connect the board with your team in order to carry on that purpose?
Yeah, I think that's really challenging, particularly for larger organizations. We're luckier as a smaller organization. We can do that more often. But I think that bringing in staff members to board meetings is crucial, and finding times when staff members can interact with board members is really important. And I think also setting the stage for, making sure that it's expected of board members that they're going to that they're going to foster a relationship with staff members. I think if board members don't know that up front, that they're expected to really help cultivate your staff, if that's something that you want to do. I think it's really important to set that expectation ahead of time. So we bring staff members into various committee meetings. They come to board meetings. We're also really intentional even about just that small amount of time at an event where you can sit staff members with board members. It doesn't have to be something big. It can be little pieces of it. And I think just finding those moments to make sure that the staff is acknowledged by the board and is recognized by them is really important.
Absolutely. So Chris, as you continue to innovate, right, and you continue to change and you continue to make all these changes, technology, how do you see technology? We actually had a little bit of a conversation before, so I'm curious to hear how you're thinking about technology as part of advancing your mission and supporting what you do at Fred's Footsteps.
Absolutely. I love technology. I'm a big proponent of technology. I'm a recovering engineer, as Jane said. So, anytime there's new technology, our staff jokes about how excited I get about it, or even just Excel, something that looks really nice in Excel, I get very excited about. But I think that, I think technology needs to be a huge part of any organization. And I think that it feels so overwhelming to organizations. So because you can't tackle it all, that you choose to tackle nothing, which I think is a really big trap for organizations. I think that the pandemic certainly taught us that we needed to mobilize quickly around technology and use the technology in nonprofits in ways that we haven't before. For me, there's kind of two pieces of that. And the first piece is kind of your traditional technology systems, platforms, those types of things. And I think that, we don't have a lot of money at nonprofits. So making sure that your board values spending money on technology is a really important piece of building a board. And challenging, exactly. And I think that you need to be able to prove to your board why using this technology can serve families better. So, for example, at Fred's Footsteps, we implemented a new grants management system. It was expensive for us. It was costly for an organization our size, but we had to articulate to the board that I had a program manager who is a social worker and has a skill set that she can use to really help families problem solve in other ways if she's not spending so much time managing grant applications. And I think that being able to say that to them and putting her skill set to use in ways that's more useful for our families and enhancing our mission and enhancing the services and enhancing the connection to the families as well. Right. I think being able to tell them that then helps us to make the pitch for why we should have this technology. So I think that, those are the first part of technology. And I think that also one of the things you have to be realistic about with technology is that it changes so fast. So, for us, when we got our new grants management system, we said to ourselves, oh, this is amazing. And we never want to be without this. But the time's going to come quickly when something else comes up, and maybe the way that this system is progressing kind of divides from the way we do things. And it's really hard as a nonprofit staff to think about, like, okay, maybe we need to look at a new platform and moving the data over to a new platform. It's very, it's jarring to think about that because you made such a big investment. But I think that nonprofit leaders are really going to need to think about, you need to continually invest in technology, and it's never just a one-time thing. Along with that, though, also goes then the training. So if we're going to implement new technology, we need to make sure that the people who are using it are being trained on it. And I think a lot of times that nonprofits look at that as a one-time cost. Right. And it's not a one-time cost. I mean, we all know we're in a system and we look at it, and then next week it's upgraded and it doesn't look anything like what it looked last week. Technology training is an ongoing cost. It is not a one-time cost. So I think that that's a big thing. I think especially with smart tech, moving into kind of more of a smart tech world, AI, machine learning, all of that we really need to invest in training our staff on how to use those things properly and how to be able to interact with those really powerful tools in a way that will be meaningful for your organization.
We got a chance to talk a little bit about ChatGPT before this session and just ways that it can be utilized in the nonprofit organizations. And it has so many uses, both front end and back end. It's a good example of AI and how you could use that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that, going to that, I think it's one of those things that it's so big that it's scary, right? So I think just thinking of what are the things that we can use ChatGPT. I mean, there's a million of them now. It's not, it's not just ChatGPT. What are the things that we can do with those tools? And I think that instead of thinking about doing everything, it's what are the things that we can. So, I think that rote tasks, content creation, and donor research will be the three biggest trends going forward for especially smaller nonprofits. Just looking at, again, how can we use AI to do some of this work so that our people can make better decisions with that information.
So my audit committee experience starts ringing, right? So I'm thinking risk, and it's like this blinking sign. So, but you also have to be careful because people can use it and they don't realize that almost anything that's going on ChatGPT is going out into the universe of information. So it's that balance of, okay, do people understand its power and the full extent of its use and privacy issues, especially in your situation where you're dealing with medical records. So it's going to be challenging as we move forward.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that that's where you just bite off small things and learn how to use it so that you're more versed in using it. So right now we use it a lot for more, content creation. So social media, it's you just have to be out there with everyone. And sometimes as an organization, you don't have as much content to put out there as what people want to take in. So we just use it for content creation. And it's simple. You put in some ideas, they come up with something, and then we got something out on Wednesday on Facebook and on Instagram. So it takes that kind of guesswork out of somebody's job, but it's also then training that person how to use AI in a really small and low risk way. I think the biggest challenge also is understanding that the data, we think it's generated data it's data that's somebody put in there.
There's
so it's human data.
Yes.
It's not generating new ideas and new thoughts. So whose thought is that?
And it's not ranking whether the data is true, the data is
Exactly.
accurate, the data is evidence, right?
Yeah.
It's just data, it's not information.
So when we put something in, I'll put something in ChatGPT and I'll ask for a statistic about families in bankruptcy based on medical crisis, and they'll give me all these statistics, and then I say, cite your sources. So I could copy and paste cite your sources in ChatGPT 100 times. Then once you put cite your sources in, then you have to go and make sure they're real sources.
Right.
So I think, training people how to use those, I don't want to put a number out there on our social media that says, 60% of families X, Y, and Z. You have to kind of go through that work. And that's where I don't think the human aspect of AI is ever going to be lost.
And you mentioned your board, talking through them with several projects. I'm curious if you've ever specifically fundraised for a specific technology project before in the past. Sometimes we see that with smaller organizations.
Yeah, we have. So we fundraised for specific technology projects. We fundraised for our grants management system. We don't do quite as much of that. Typically, it's more kind of internally with the board. But I think that it's something that we certainly want to do more of. I think the beauty also is that there's so much open source available out there that it doesn't necessarily cost money to use. It's more it costs money to train your employees how to use it. So I think that, trying to raise money for that is going to be more important in the future, more so than the actual
That's interesting.
technology.
I hadn't thought of that, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to jump into our next couple of polling questions. So the next polling question that's coming up is just another survey question. Again, I mentioned before, we're not trying to trick anybody, but we just want to know where you are joining us from today. So if you can respond to this poll, you can use the QR code to do so and log in your response. Remember, you get CPE credit for the polls you answer. Give everybody a minute on that. All All right, so we'll go ahead and quickly pull up one more polling question before we move to the audience Q&A. So we want to know if your organization had to shift its approach to addressing operational challenges since the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll wait for that poll to come up. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and go into the audience Q&A. So it looks like we have a question about the asking Christine to repeat the 3 core guiding values used by your organization during COVID.
Yeah, so our guiding principles are family, connection, integrity, legacy, and compassion. So those are the guiding principles, and then we have under that our values that support those guiding principles are we are pragmatic, we are thoughtful, we are reliable. How am I? I'm like, I should know
That's
those
okay.
off the top of my head. See, they're just words unless you don't live in them. We are thoughtful, we are pragmatic, we are courageous, we are reliable, we are flexible.
It looks like we have another question about the name of the book that you mentioned.
I think it was the name of the book Jane mentioned.
Jane,
It was,
Think Again.
Think Again
Yes.
by Adam
Sorry,
Grant.
I was like, did you mention a book? Think Again is a book that was written by Adam Grant. He's a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. He's written a number of good books, very good books. He's an organizational development professor, but I do think that Think Again is definitely worth the read. And I'm not getting commissioned or anything. I just like the book.
What's interesting about that book is it goes against Malcolm Gladwell's Blink.
Yes.
And then eventually Malcolm Gladwell has kind of changed his mind somewhat on that writing and saying it actually does make sense to think again when new information is presented. So,
And Dr. Grant uses the evidence of what studies have shown of when you reevaluate and rethink what you think was the right action, the right direction, the right philosophy, the right theory, whatever it is, but willing to take that moment and reconsider that perhaps it's not right and you need to change direction, change strategies. So it's very, very helpful.
So our next question is, how do you evaluate DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, when inviting members to your board? That's a great question.
it's a great question, and it's incredibly important. I think that it's something that every organization has to do across the entire organization. So, we've really started to look more at our board and our DEI policies. We're going into a strategic plan right now, and part of that was really looking at somebody who could lead us through that, who had DE&I expertise. And I think that, a lot of organizations do a DEI policy and then a strategic plan, and it makes more sense that your strategic plan should have a lens completely of DEI instead of just having separate policies, because if you separate it out, it makes it so that they're separate things, and they're not. Your whole strategy should be around DEI. We have brought in some consultants to help us with it, and I think it's a challenge for all nonprofits in making sure that all voices are heard and all perspectives are heard. We've kind of look at diversity in multiple different ways and seeing, how do we have diversity of thought? How do we have racial diversity? How do we have socioeconomic diversity? We're starting to put together a committee of family members of people who've gone through the program to really listen to them about their experiences.
Which is changing who you're asking, right?
Exactly.
So instead of asking the same people about their friends, you'll get that diverse group. That's
Exactly.
Great
So,
idea.
and our grant committee as well, the people who are actually looking at the applications, making sure they have that background. We didn't want to just recruit a pediatrician to look at grant applications. We wanted to recruit a pediatrician who works with a population who is struggling more and more vulnerable. So I think that in every aspect of the organization, you need to be thinking about that, in staff. And I think the challenge is that it feels like, they say a homogenous group isn't good, and it's never is, and it's not. it's really when the values match, you can still accomplish matching values and have a big commitment to DEI.
It's a sensitive issue for me. Sometimes people say, I want a really, really great person that understands, whatever it is that you need them to understand. And I'll look and they'll say, it's not because this is a woman. And I'll think, no one wants you to put that person on the board. And do you think that there might not be a woman, or there might not be a black person, or there may not be, why are you assuming that you're sacrificing that?
Yes.
It's just a matter of
You
where
can
you're
have,
looking.
yeah.
You can
Again,
you will have both.
None of it's
Yeah.
mutually exclusive.
No.
If we say we can get, we need to figure out how to continue to get both and
Right.
give opportunities to
And make it a priority.
make it a priority, exactly. And if you're not intentional about it and you're not talking about it again, then it's not internalized in your organization.
Very true.
Absolutely. Are there any other audience questions for Christine?
There you go.
I really enjoyed how you spoke about principles and I really, the one that really kind of resonated with me is because I feel like we're dealing with that also, is this concept of flexibility. So what is how does flexibility lead you to innovation, would you say?
So I'm going to just repeat the
yeah,
question.
repeat the question.
So the core question was, how does flexibility allow you to lead you to technology decisions
To innovation.
or innovation? Yep.
So I think there's a lot of types of flexibility. So I think it's what are the types of flexibility? So just, flexibility in people's lives. So looking at our staff and giving them what they need in terms of being flexible, work from home. And that goes back into the technology, right? We have to offer technology that allows people to work from home. It's expensive for nonprofits. Cloud-based solutions are expensive, but we won't do anything that's not cloud-based anymore because my staff needs to work from home when they can. So I think that when you offer people those opportunities to have flexibilities within their lives to marry their professional and personal lives together, that when they do show up, they show up in a better space. So I think that if they don't have that, they're not showing up to work in a good space. And we all know that it's really hard to be creative and be thoughtful and be all these things that are our values, pragmatic, without feeling like you're your best self. So I think that that's kind of one part of flexibility. I think the other part is flexibility of thought. And allowing people to be creative and have wild ideas and put those wild ideas out there. We start a lot of meetings with just, if money was no object, what could we do? And I think that if you kind of immediately squash that you don't get that flexibility of thought to let people kind of run with their wildest thoughts. And a lot of times it's from those wildest thoughts that you can bring them back to the intersection of, them being feasible, desirable, and sustainable. Sometimes you have to think of just what's desirable and then try to pull it back into that intersection. So.
I like that, starting the meeting off with a question. Sometimes what I say to people is, if you're not on this path, what are the other paths look like? And they'll say, well, and I say, just for a second, imagine you're at the top of the mountain looking down. What are the other paths? You're only seeing the path you're on right now. That at least starts a conversation that there might be another way to look at something. Yeah.
Exactly.
It is
Offers
a great way.
creativity.
Questions?
Are there any other audience questions?
Have you ever had an ineffective board member?
Oh, good question. The question was, have you ever had an ineffective board member and how did you handle it? I'm all ears.
Yeah. That's a great one, too.
Yeah, I think that we certainly have. And I think that you need to, when you have an ineffective board member, you need to look at it as a process and not just a decision that needs to be made and moved on from. So I think, the first part of dealing with an ineffective board member was, okay, they're not effective in this, but can I make them effective in something else? So trying to make everything more of a win-win situation. And again, it's the open and honest communication too. We do surveys with all of our board members to see what they do and don't want to do. So I think that if you don't understand what somebody doesn't want to do, you can't really expect then them to be an effective board member. So, I have one board member in particular who's awesome, but he just was like, I do not want to be on development. I will do governance. I don't want to be going out there all the time and asking for money. And he does a fantastic job. So setting that expectation up front, I think, is really important. But when there is somebody who's ineffective, I think the first step is really trying to find, is there a place that we can fill them in that is effective for them and for what they can contribute, meet people where they are. And then I think that if they're not, it's having the hard conversations, and coming to it from a place of wanting us both to win, as opposed to if you win, I lose, or if I win, you lose. I think that if you come to any conversation trying to make sure that it's something that you both want, I found with ineffective board members, generally they're just kind of waiting for you to make that call. I think it's really hard for people to leave boards on their own, and sometimes it's just waiting. They're waiting for you to make that call, and sometimes it's just a relief on everyone. And I believe that with staff members as well, with ineffective staff members. I think it's the hard conversation, but wanting both of you to win, and even if that staff member has to move on, a lot of times they might know it. A lot of times they don't, and you just have to make the call. But yeah, we've had that, and we've handled them very, very delicately, and just with a lot of care and making sure to be compassionate about it.
Yeah, and I can tell you, oftentimes being that board member, it's frustrating for the other board members. So it's important that you can have that courage to sit down, have that conversation, and start from, here's what's expected, and that seems to not be what you want to do, so let's talk about how this can change. But if you don't start that conversation, it can cause a lot of problems on the board.
Yeah. Being a CPA, Jane, you probably experience the same thing, but the first committee we go to is audit committee or finance committee.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's not maybe the best place where we're supposed to be too. I think you brought that up a little bit, like putting everybody in the right seat that makes sense for them.
Yeah.
I also like that you start with the stories. You start with your families to remind everyone. I read something recently where they said it would be great if we did agendas with questions, and it's the question that we hope to answer in this part of the meeting. And I haven't done it yet, but I keep thinking that would be a really good way to do it. And it's very similar to what you're doing. It's just setting the mind in a different place than just thinking we're going to cover each one of these topics and then move on. It's how can you keep engaged? What are you trying to do? Why are you here? If I often say when you leave the meeting, what would have happened at that meeting for you to say, wow, that was a great meeting?
Yeah.
And we all know great, right? We know a great cup of coffee, we know a great movie, a great meeting. So what would it take to leave and say it was a great meeting, and let's see if we can accomplish that before we leave, right?
I think that's a great point. You start at the end.
You start at the end.
What do we want to walk out here with? Do we want to walk out of here with an outline for our annual campaign this
Right?
year?
We have a question. What is it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that starting at the end, you can then see when you're getting off track too.
And I do think that organizations, this is for-profit, not-for-profit, I think they get wedded to this concept that they need to be so efficient in a meeting that the meeting just has the agenda and it's the minutes and now it's the presentation and now it's finance and then there's this resolution. And it becomes so rote that you don't really have something that's meaningful. So, these sound like gimmicks, but I can tell you the meetings that I've been in where you have done them, that has made a huge difference to the success of the meeting and people being engaged and feeling good about leaving it. So I was really, really impressed to hear that you're doing that. That's great.
We have a question about your board in terms of like evaluation. I guess it was kind of a question that might piggyback on the other one that was just asked, like how you go about like the evaluation process with your board.
So, it's an interesting, I think that in terms of evaluating a board, I think that for too long, and I could see the question a little bit about like give and get policies, and I think we've tried for too long to look at hard data around what board members bring in, and I think that we want to evaluate the board members based holistically on what they've brought to the organization, and not just the dollars or not just the sponsorships, but really look at more writing a narrative around what this board member has done. So looking at what committees they've sat on, looking at, obviously you have to look at the dollars as well. We all have to make money. But I think looking at the different ways that they've contributed and bucketing that out so that you can really evaluate their effectiveness as a board member. And that's hard, right? It's hard to kind of try to gauge that. And I think also then being able to, we use our surveys to really have them look at what they've done for the organization. And I think sometimes when it's out on paper and they're filling it in and saying, oh, I didn't do that this year. Oh, I didn't do that this year. You're asking them something without asking them, right? So if there's check boxes around, I'll help with an annual campaign, I'll help with this, and they can't check any of those boxes, I think then you've asked them to step up for something without asking them. So, we've kind of used it more as a narrative around an effective board member, as opposed to, like a point system around this person brought in this much and that person brought in on that much. And I think it's worked well for us.
Yeah, there's other ways that a board member can drive equity, what I'm going to call equity value for your mission, for your organization.
Exactly.
Right, so we have time for a couple more questions. There's one about how you've handled staff continuity or morale through the changes, any changes post-pandemic.
I think
Actually had some changes.
Yeah, we have had some changes, and I think it's really the staying in communication with your staff and listening to them, hearing what they need. And I think, having the hard conversations during the pandemic, seeing we've had a lot of staff changes, and making sure that if you make sure that they're heard and that their concerns are addressed. But I will say also, every concern can't be addressed. So I think that it's also in communicating that we can't make everybody happy. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to meet in the middle and make each person is unique and what their situation is unique, and try to see if we can make it work for you individually, but then also as a staff. So as an example of that, it was, looking at people want to be in the office, but they don't want to be in the office every day. So then you had some people who wanted to be able to predict their schedule each week and just then decide on that, and that wasn't going to work for us. And we had somebody who had to leave because they couldn't say each week when they wanted to be in, right? So I think then we say we're in on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and everyone is expected to be there on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then we can cover what we need to do in person on those days, and then you can have flexibility. I think also, though, communicating that doesn't mean that you always have to be there on a Wednesday and Thursday. It's just that if you can't, we can move things around. So setting up what the expected is, and then being flexible, because if we said we're flexible, we need to live into that. Being flexible that if you have something on a Wednesday or Thursday, you can change it. So I think that just those small things of listening to them, listening to what people need, is really helpful in making sure that their morale stays. We also, and I know it doesn't work for everyone, we moved to more of an open vacation policy and saying, we know you can work from anywhere. I'm trusting that you're going to get your job done, so I don't need to count how many days you've taken PTO. It does not work for everyone. I completely understand that a lot of larger organizations that doesn't work for, but for us, it did, and I think it helped our staff feel like...
It was a differentiator, I'm sure, too.
Yeah.
In choosing you to come work, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just some of the benefits that you were able to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we have time for one other question. There was a question about...
We have a couple in the room, too.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take the ones in the room first. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if there were times that your organization needed to pass on great technology solutions because of staff capacity, and how you think about that. You talked about the training being important.
Do you want to repeat the question? Yeah, so your question was about staff capacity and training.
So how staff capacity relates to your decisions on technology solutions.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, so the question is around around using technology, but making sure that you have staff capacity to actually use that technology. And I think that that's incredibly important because nobody wants to spend a lot of money on a system that then nobody knows how to use it properly. I think that it's, I would say even with our grants management system, we had to wait until we had enough staff in place to implement a system that we could properly use. So I don't think it's ever looking at passing on technology. I think it's more looking at what do we need to make this technology effective? Now,
Right.
Exactly. So if we don't have enough people right now, let's put that on our wish list. So I'll use an example for us. I'd love to be able to use more donor research, more wealth engines, those types of things. We don't really have the capacity right now to do that. Our development department's already stretched thin. It doesn't mean we're never going to do that. So I think that it's really rethinking about it in terms of what's the inflection point where it becomes useful enough to justify the cost. And the cost isn't just the dollar cost, but it's the employee cost as well. So if it's not going to save that employee time or free them up to do other things, then that technology is not worth it.
Well, we should talk. I think we have another question here. We might have
Did
a
that
solution.
answer it? Yeah.
Go ahead.
My question, you mentioned that for your board, that you were sometimes engaging with committees or events. I'm curious, what's the average span of someone making the first contact with your organization to get actually joining the board? And then thinking about sourcing, are these folks who are new to your work? Are they coming from other board members? Are they coming from you? What does that look like, I guess? I'm sure it's varied.
Oof, yeah.
What does that look like?
Looks like a
So let's
Jackson Pollock painting.
Yes, let's try the
repeat
two
that question.
questions though.
Yeah.
The first question was, how are you? I forgot your first question.
How long is that?
Oh yeah, how long from when you first meet someone to when you would consider them for a committee or a board? And the second one was, how are you sourcing people? Where do you find
people? Yeah, those are really hard questions. And I think that the answer to the first one is probably not what you want to hear, but it could be a day, it could be a year, it could be 10 years. So I think that it's really more in, we're trying to predict people's behaviors, right? So some people go all in on something really quickly. So we've had people who we've met and knew that they'd be an amazing part of the organization and have joined the board relatively quickly. But that might be their style and their personality, that they jump in on things really quickly. I think with those people, though, you want to be careful that then they jump out of things really quickly as well. So it's kind of knowing that. And then there have been people we've cultivated over 10 years. And it's not to say that at the first year I knew that they would potentially be a board member, but there's so many other variables with them, their career, with everything, that it makes it hard to really know whether they have potential. So I think it's really just keeping track of everyone and knowing, where they are in their trajectory and staying on top of that. So that was kind of the answer to that, which isn't particularly a great answer, but it is what it is a little bit with board members. In terms of sourcing, we source from a lot of other board members. We source from a lot of our donors. But I think that what we're trying to do more now is sourcing from more places that match with what we need from mission alignment. So using other organizations using organizations that focus on social determinants of health, using organization that specialize in housing insecurity, and kind of looking at places that are a little different from where you normally source board members and saying, who are the people that are in this organization, supporting this organization, because we know that they align to some of the things that we're trying to help and solve
Trying to
as
match
well.
your stakeholders and the people that are interested, whether they're
Exactly.
someone you're helping or someone who is in the role of helping, can help you find someone to come onto
Yeah.
the board. Yeah, broadens it.
But I think it's always using your network, and I think
Yeah.
90% of the way you find board members is always going to be using your network.
Yeah, the research does show, though, as you reach out to those stakeholders, that really does expand finding that diverse group that will understand your mission.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question around the makeup of the board. So traditionally, I'll say, board members tend to be big fundraisers, right? Like that's kind of one of the drivers to getting them on the board. But when we're talking about wanting a diversity of all in all ways, so you want a diversity of thought, you want a diversity of age. I'm kind of focusing in on age because generally someone young and in early career, they're not going to be able to fundraise quite quickly with your customers. What are some strategies around that give get
Yeah.
that you can put in place so that you can actually have people on your board that bring a different perspective? I think there's a really big gap now between the age of folks that are currently on your board and millennials who think completely differently than we do. They bring a lot to the table that we may never come up with. They just may not be able to. The give that might be a barrier. There may be other barriers as well. Like I think that's I guess that's the crux of my
So let me try and rephrase that. So I think it's a great question, which is if you're looking for diversity, but you're also a board that needs to fundraise, and you focused on the fact that you might want people who are younger in their careers, younger in their focus, to be on that board. And so if you're going for age diversity, you might feel like you need to sacrifice the ability of someone who is young in their career having the same network or the same resources to be a significant donor. Okay.
So I'll start by saying that we don't have a give-get policy. We've had a lot of people who've tried to tell us we should have a give-get policy, and I'm pretty adamantly against it, partially for the reason that you're mentioning. I think at our board we ask everyone commits to give and give generously, whatever that means for them. So we gauge it based on, giving generously means different to everyone. So I think that it makes board members feel valued. It makes them feel that we're meeting them where they are, as opposed to, here's the $10,000 is what's expected. Because the truth is, $1,000 from one board member might be more generous than $10,000 from another board member. And I strongly believe that, and we've never had a give-get. So we just ask that they give, and they give generously. For us, that's opened us up to be able to accept other board members where it's not just about the money. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that we're not going to try and pull in a board member that can bring in big dollars for us. Of course we are. But every board member doesn't need to do that. So we run a fellowship program at Fred's Footsteps. It's a young professionals program. It was on a bit of a hiatus after COVID, but we're looking to reinvigorate that. But we have young professionals who go through that program, and then they get placed on the board for board seats. So we'll have 2 or 3 of them that come on the board. It's a great way to get them involved. And the truth is the return on that investment has been incredible for us, because we're not looking at what they can do for us today. We're looking at what they can do for us down the line. And we're more doing for them today by giving them that board experience. So I think that organizations really need to think about that more. The change is going to happen more quickly than we expect with wealth transfer. It's not my expertise in any, but I think that too many nonprofits are looking at, grabbing the people who already have it and not thinking more so about, who are the people who are coming up in their industries, and how do we engage them now and value them now, not just engage them, because I think that they're gonna see right through if you're just engaging them to know that eventually they might give you something. How do we value them now and value what they have to bring to the table? I think the flip side of that also is you need to make sure that then your board is willing to be respectful and listen to other points of views. And again, it goes back to your values, setting your values, that everyone's opinion matters, that the important CEO that sits on our board is no more important than the fellow seat. And those two they need to listen to each other and learn from each other. I think our board does a fantastic job at that too, of listening to the younger generations.
An idea that was floated by another person that I have a lot of respect for and how he runs his board is he'll tell his board members, some of you can give a lot. So we really want to have diverse thought around the table. We want diversity we want ethnicity. We want a lot of things where people can't give. So if you could give a whole lot more, it's going to allow us to have other boards. So what they do is they kind of have a soft goal of what they hope the board can give. And if one person can give that and that one person meets it, he's happy, because in his mind, he had the diverse board that he really wanted, and he didn't put this pressure on himself or on every board member to give. It's an interesting concept, and each time I think about it, I think it has more merit to it. But it's a little bit similar to what you were just saying.
Go ahead.
To follow up on that question, Christine, give generously, does it just mean money? Could it mean time? Because to get those folks that have that diversity of age, who might be young parents saving for school and the many things that they have, they might be able to give some time, but might not be able to give dollars.
Yeah, it means everything. So I think giving generously really means everything. I would say at the board level, we do ask that there's some sort of monetary donation. And most of the reason we do that is because funders are asking us, does 100% of your
100%,
board
yeah.
participate?
Yeah.
So I think that's like a whole other can of worms that you're opening up about how funders are putting pressure on nonprofits in ways that are never expected in a corporate world, but that could be another hour. But I think that that's where you have to look holistically at what are they giving generously of. Are they giving generously of their time? Are they giving generously of their network? So, and that network can be anything. It can be their school. It can be saying, I'm going to tap my school to do a fundraiser for you. I'm going to tell the parents in my church community. So, giving generously of their time, giving generously of their network. I think it can be anything, and that nonprofits really need to move to looking at giving generously as more holistically.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and wrap up this session and the keynote. Before we do, we have one more polling question so that you get your CPE credit. So the next polling question that's going to come up: has your organization had to shift its approach to addressing operational challenges since the COVID-19 pandemic? Make sure everybody got a chance to answer this one. And then the next polling question, the last polling question: which other upcoming sessions are you most excited for today? Is it storytelling, branding, data and analytics, or emerging technologies? We'll start all those sessions after lunch, after the break.
Christine, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for sharing. Amazing work, and I hope most of you will check out Fred's Footsteps because they do amazing things. But thank you so much for participating.
Thank you.
For our guests in Fort Worth, Denver, and Chicago, you will now have the opportunity to participate in a live panel discussion in your satellite location for the next hour, followed by a networking lunch where you can listen to the next session that will be played here in Philadelphia on storytelling. So your live panels in your location have some great topics that are around the theme of the day for you to discuss. I'm excited about those. For you on the online platform, you have a 1-hour networking break. Stay tuned for a short video during the break that you can watch from our Northern California market leader, Dean Chiombo, and the Bay Scholars Foundation, who share their unique story and the innovative ways they've approached fundraising and engaging donors and other stakeholders. You will all rejoin the main program in an hour for the storytelling session. So that's for those of you who are on the virtual platform.
Caitlin and Lloyd, thank you so much for joining me today. Why don't we do some introductions on you and Bay Scholars?
I am Caitlin Curran-Kavanaugh. I'm the Executive Director of Bay Scholars. Bay Scholars is a nonprofit based in the San Francisco Bay Area, serving 500 students in 17 schools in 5 counties. And we're really excited to be here with Armanino today.
And I'm Lloyd Sheen. I'm the Director of Institutional Advancement for Bay Scholars. I've been here about 2 years now.
Great, and full disclosure, I'm a board member at Bay Scholars.
And we love Dean.
Oh, and I love the impact that Bay Scholars has right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So Caitlin, what is the mission of Bay Scholars?
Bay Scholars provides a Close the Gap scholarship for students to access private college prep high schools. We believe that the 4 years of high school are critical to college readiness and college acceptance, college matriculation. And so we are investing time and resources, making sure that incredible students who are under-resourced and often underrepresented are able to access these wonderful college prep high schools. We are investing $1.5 million annually in about 500 students at 17 schools throughout the Bay Area. And in addition to the scholarship, we offer programming that is really focused on that idea of college matriculation, making college tangible. So we're taking students to college campus visits. We're taking them to corporate headquarters to meet people who have gone to college and have come out the other side to understand what that journey might look like for themselves.
And I think another big part about Bay Scholars, 100% of our students are graduating, 100% of our students are being accepted into college. So that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think that the other thing about Bay Scholars that is unique, at least for now, and it always has been, right, is that 100% of every dollar raised goes directly to the student.
Yes, we have been very fortunate that our founder has made a commitment to the operating expenses of Bay Scholars. So year over year, as we're raising $1.5 million, $1.5 million is going directly to student scholarships. And that is something that is unusual, remarkable, and also something that we're keeping in mind for our long-term sustainability.
Yeah, it might not always be that way.
But what a runway we've received, and what a commitment from our founder, Clint Riley, to say this is an organization, this is work that is important in the Bay Area, and making sure that we have been supported in that way.
You know, I asked you to come because you have had some changes in how you've been funded. And it's really made you have to reimagine kind of what the future looks like when it comes to fundraising. What can you share about that?
Thank you. Yeah, we at Bay Scholars have had the privilege of being funded by a private family foundation since we've been established. And as we look at the way things are shifting and things are changing, the conversations that we're having as an organization at the board level is around sustainability and making sure that Bay Scholars is here for the long run. We've really worked with our board members, with our founder, with organizations, foundations, to really figure out the way that Bay Scholars can endure. We've come up with challenge grants, we've come up with corporate sponsorships, with foundations, and all of those together, all of that commitment from so many different areas is what is keeping Bay Scholars going.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And let's just double click on that real quick. Like when you think about challenge grants, Lloyd, I'm kind of looking at you there, Mr. Development.
Right.
What do you think about when you think about what have you had to do? How did you where do you know where to start? Give us some insight into that.
Yeah, I think it's really about, definitely engaging more with our board, engaging more with our community, creating those partnerships with business leaders. I've been recently a part of some different business networking groups and working with a variety of leaders there, really expanding out the Bay Scholars name, making sure that we're very clear that we are really supporting all of the Bay Area. I've expanded into a few more schools in the South Bay, and I've been working with some groups down there to let everyone know that Bay Scholars is here, finding ways to connect with those business leaders.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. So you said get the word out.
Mm-hmm.
Caitlin, you said something to me earlier that like every nonprofit feels like nobody knows about me.
The best kept secret.
Yeah.
The best kept secret, yes. And that is something that we have been, like I think every nonprofit is kind of battling against, right? We know we're doing a good job. Our constituents know we're doing a good job. The community that we're supporting is very invested in what we're doing. And yet there is so much work to be done to get your name out to a larger audience, because that's where the magic happens when you find those great donors who want to provide that challenge grant or want to provide that investment, but they need to know about you.
Yeah, that's right.
And so we've done a lot of work with, and Lloyd has been wonderful with this, working on social media, working on different advertisement options, working on really just truly networking and getting the Bay Scholars name out there. And I think that's a challenge that every nonprofit faces. When we decided to do that work, almost immediately we saw the gains. We saw the improvement in the way that our brand was recognized, and the way that the community responded to the work that we were doing, that we had been doing.
Oh, I love that. I mean, you put so much out there, Caitlin. I've got to dig deep into a little bit of this. Okay, so number one, right? I think that normally most people just say, "Oh my gosh, I have an annual report. Let me give you my annual report," or here's my 990, and here's some very factual documents that are, let's just face it, a little old school.
A little old school.
And I don't think that you guys do that. When I that's one of the things that I I love about Bay Scholars is I feel like you're pushing the envelope. And when you think about getting the word out, how many people work for Bay Scholars?
1, 2.
2 people. So there's no way you could shake that many hands. Let's double click a little bit on how you're getting the word out. Maybe we can go piece by piece. So let's talk about social media. What are you guys doing on social?
Well, we've been really fortunate to really have that be a cornerstone of our communications plan. And Lloyd, if you wanted to share a little bit about how we've been doing that.
So we've been really pushing our Facebook. We've been really pushing LinkedIn. We've been really pushing Instagram. We've been working with beyond social media, working with some of the local papers, the Mount Hill Gazette, the Getting List, which is a nonprofit publication as well that we're going to be featured in this year. And then really connecting with our different schools, making sure that we're staying connected with them. So we push stuff out when we find out from our side, and they push out stuff out from us. And I'm really having those deep connections and sharing all the great things that our students are working on currently.
So if I get this right, so maybe you highlight a student that goes to a school, and then the school will also want to promote that's Bay Scholar content to their communities because of that collaboration.
Right.
I can only imagine 13 schools in the Bay Area.
17 now.
17 schools in the Bay Area. That's a big, wide net.
Yes. And engaging with social media allowed us that opportunity to spread that web so wide. Before, when we were just sending out an annual report, we had our mailing list of a few hundred people. But as soon as we started really intentionally working on the social media element, we're now pushing out to thousands of people that we haven't even met yet, but are learning about what we're doing. Right.
I love that. And when you talk about intentionality, I know that you have some fireside chat videos, you have other things. What were your thoughts when you were kind of designing this?
So the fireside chat actually came out of, I'm always looking for the silver lining of the pandemic, right? The fireside chat is a hallmark of our annual event that we have had live. This is our 10th anniversary year coming up in November. We'll be having our luncheon, which is our major fundraiser, bringing together our students, our schools, and our investors to celebrate Bay Scholars. A part of that event is an onstage fireside chat that we host annually. We've had such featured speakers as Senator Dianne Feinstein, Janet Napolitano, Javier Becerra, Governor Gavin Newsom. So it's a really wonderful event that everyone really enjoys. When the pandemic hit and we couldn't get together for that first year, we thought, well, we want to make sure that our community stays connected to some of the core of what we've been doing, that they would recognize or affiliate with us. And so that's where we came up with this idea to film these fireside chats. And instead of these wonderful guests that we've had speaking, we thought, let's bring the students in. Let's hear directly from the students in this fireside chat. Let's let them tell their stories. That's how it came to be. And we realized there are also other people in our community that we want to hear from, like our board members, like some of the people that we're working with. We can only have 350 people in the room, but with the fireside chat and social media, all of a sudden, thousands of people are able to watch the video.
Yeah, and I guess the big question that people probably want to ask is, and how is that being received? Is it helping, right? Is it helping your fundraising efforts? Is there an impact to that?
I mean, I would say when folks see what Bay Scholars is like for the first time, and I talk about whether I give a quote from one of our students from the fireside chat or potential folks see the videos, it's an instant engagement. That's really what it's all about. You can tell your story and you can say these are the great things that you do, but when you're actually talking with a student and you hear that impact that Bay Scholars is making on these students' lives, on these families' lives, that's really where it comes together.
I think that the way that Bay Scholars has engaged in storytelling is much more dynamic now. So we're not waiting a full year to go by to say, okay, this is what we did 6 months ago. This is what we did 8 months ago. We're saying, here's what students are engaged in right now. Here are the things that they're doing right now. And here they are live in front of you and sharing their story from their own words. It's not about us. It's about the students. So how can we center the students in the experience of Bay Scholars, which really is about making sure that they are on a path that will allow them access to an incredible education and transform their lives. But it is about their path. And Bay Scholars is simply a support in that. And so being more dynamic with that storytelling and engaging with donors in that dynamic way, we've seen the response has been remarkable. These are real students. These are people that are a part of our community that I can invest in, that I can believe in.
Yeah.
And I think it's making an immediate difference.
Yeah. every nonprofit's trying to quantify impact, and I think it really resonates with donors, right? Has it resonated with your donors?
Yeah, I think it definitely has with our current donors, with all the new people who I've been meeting, talking with. It's often that I'll show a video with our student that's like, oh my gosh, I teared up. This is just amazing. You're doing such great work with such a small team. It's so incredible. It does make a difference. It's hard to say no to supporting that.
Caitlin, earlier you talked about building the Bay Scholars brand. Let's talk about that a little bit. Talk about the intentionality you guys have put into building your brand and, how that is helping you around sustainability.
I've been with Bay Scholars for 9 years, and from the very beginning of my tenure, it was very clear to me what the work was. It was very clear to me who our partners are, the students that we're serving, the communities that we are a part of. That work was really crystal clear. So it gave us a great starting point to say, okay, well, now that we know definitively who we are and what we're doing, how can we best translate that for people who've never heard of us, right? How can we stop being the best kept secret and having people talking about who we are and what we're doing and spreading that word for us? Because as we know, word of mouth is one of the most impactful ways for nonprofits to get known. So we did quite a bit of work with our founder, who always had a crystal clear vision of the work that Bay Scholars was going to do. We talked about how can we translate this out? How can we make sure that this work is getting to be known? We were really clear that everything that we do, every decision that we made, every piece that we would put out, every event that we would host, really was through the lens of our work around supporting under-resourced students, connecting with great transformative educational opportunities, and making sure that people understood that the scholarships that Bay Scholars is providing are critical to allowing both a family and a school to say yes. So with those three things in mind, we just pushed forward. And I would say it was sometimes a little, let's try this. Okay, that's not exactly the right way we're going to go about it. Let's try something else, but always with the vision of who we are and who we wanted to become. We were very fortunate about 5 years ago now, we connected with an agency who worked on nonprofit brand management. The work wasn't around strategic plan of who are we, it was around how can we share that story. And so we connected with really great storytellers who were able to really listen to who we are, what we're doing, and take all of that, take all of the content, connect directly with some of our schools. So all of a sudden, while we have a two-person team, it feels like we have this great marketing arm. And I think part of it was realizing, okay, if it's a little bit beyond our bandwidth, how can we find someone who can be true to the storytelling that we want to do? And it's made all the difference. So we trust them implicitly to tell our story because they know our story. And more importantly, they believe in our story. And so that has been how we've done some brand development. We are finding great people doing great things, like the school supporting our students and like this organization supporting nonprofit storytelling and connecting with them.
That is so great to hear, Caitlin. That's what we actually at Armanino call reimagining your people strategy, right? Because two people can only do so much, but you have to find the right partners who specialize in storytelling, marketing, development, who can help you, how can you look at things in a different way, and maybe bring the power of experience of working with so many other nonprofits and say, hey, we can actually help you accomplish this. So that is fantastic. I love hearing that. Let's get real for 1 second. What are some of your challenges today? What are some of your biggest challenges and asks that you're looking for out there?
I think that our biggest challenges will resonate with really every nonprofit, right? We want to make sure that we're here for the long haul. We want to make sure that we have shored up our day-to-day, finding great donors, investors, finding people who believe in the mission, who really are going to align with us and propel us forward, that we have some strategy in place, some fundraising plans in place to build that endowment. We're doing a lot to make sure that that work is happening. It's a hard time. And it's been a hard time for a while. And I think it's going to be a hard time for a while still. And so really wrestling with that reality and making sure that our priorities remain intact in terms of serving the students, connecting with communities, but really digging deep into that fundraising world. And Lloyd, I'd love for you to share a little bit about that.
Obviously there's a lot of uncertainty out there. Even folks with very, very deep pockets, they want to make sure that they have that sustainability for themselves, for their own family. So giving to others right now can be a little bit difficult. And so for us, it's really a matter of finding more community partners, more corporate partners, engaging with folks who can connect us with other folks out there who might be able to support, working more closely with amazing board members like yourselves, and to reach out and find other folks out there who support education, who support our mission.
Love that. Love that. I do want to just ask one more follow-up question to that. And it's when you're talking to the leaders of these schools, I'm sure they're having challenges as well, right? And so how do you align your challenges, their challenges, the overall goal? How are you finding alignment there?
The alignment piece is something that is very important to us. So we are working with schools who know the work that we're doing. And so as we're engaging in the challenges and really trying to understand the landscape, I think recognizing that we play a critical role in supporting the schools, but also the schools play a critical role in teaching us how we can expand, how we can find new communities. And we are able to have conversations with certain donors or organizations that the schools, again, might not have the opportunity to.
Sure.
And so we're trying to partner in ways that really allows for growth for all.
Okay. Here's my last question.
Yeah.
All right. Caitlin and Lloyd, what will Bay Scholars look like 5 years from now? And what will it take to get it there?
I think about this all the time.
Yeah.
I think about this all the time. And any given day, I have 10 different answers. But today, and in gratitude for this opportunity to talk about Bay Scholars, I would say Bay Scholars has a hope to expand our reach beyond where we are right now. So we see that there are more schools in the Bay Area that could benefit from partnership. We would love to expand to them. We would love to increase the number of students that we are supporting. We would love to increase the scholarship dollars that we are supporting. So in 5 years, I could see us at 22 schools. I could see us having a little over 1,000 students receiving an award that would be impactful for both the family and the school. I see us having regional liaisons so that the students are able to engage in more programming. Now, of course, those liaisons would increase our staff size. I see us having opportunities to take college campus visits throughout the United States. I see an opportunity for Bay Scholars to be a leader in conversations in major metropolitan areas for how this program can scale across the United States. I mean, we're doing it well in the Bay Area, but there are certainly cities that could benefit from this model. I see Bay Scholars being a thought leader in those conversations and a partner in that growth, in that building. And I see all of this being really contingent upon fundraising. And I see all of this really needing to further expand the Bay Scholars message so that donors, investors, partners, statewide, nationwide, can really understand how easy it is so that donors and investors statewide, nationwide can understand the impact of this program. We all know the importance of education. And I think there's a way that we can bring this larger, wider.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see much deeper engagement with our community business leaders, more internship opportunities for our students, more opportunities for them to get into all these local corporations and, find out what life is like after school. And beyond that, more opportunities for service for our students to give back and, really get back into the community.
Yeah, well, I love all of that. I have no doubt that Bay Scholars will make that happen. We'll be circling back with you in 5 years, and you'll be telling us about the 1,000 students and how you scaled and how you found the right partners to partner with to keep on growing, and we'd love to hear how you do it. But until then, keep it up, keep up the great work, and keep making a positive impact.
Thank you. And thank you to Armanino for being a leader in this space, offering these conversations, because the way you stop becoming the best kept secret is having those conversations. So thank you to Armanino for providing that space.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So I'm excited to introduce our next panel and our next session. And want to let you all know that a lot of feedback gathered from our clients and our nonprofit community went into putting together this next panel, which is titled The Power of Brand Storytelling in a Digital World, Building Your Nonprofit's Network and Narrative. During this panel, our presenters are going to discuss the key content and engagement approaches with a focus on digital interaction and execution that enables nonprofit organizations to connect with donors and volunteers and establish their brand reputation. So to kick off our panel is our moderator, Mike Kleinbell. I'd like to invite him to come up here on stage with me. Mike is with Armanino's AMF Media Group. Mike leads strategic initiatives and oversees marketing, communications, P&L at AMF Media Group, which is the strategic marketing division of Armanino. Mike has over 15 years of experience in the field of marketing strategy, branding, public relations, and content, having worked in companies such as Blue Shield, Hewlett-Packard, Jamba Juice, Kaiser Permanente, and Silicon Valley Leadership Group. He's also served nonprofit organizations, particularly with media relations and crisis communication. Mike is originally from North Carolina and graduated from Appalachian State. Mike, I'll leave it to you to take it away. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, welcome, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm going to introduce our panelists here. And let me bring them out one at a time. First, Mr. Ben Reiter. You're here. Yep.
Am I here?
Yep, you're right here.
Cool.
Very good.
We're both here. Surprise.
Morgan. Very good. Very good. I'm going to introduce our panel, and then we have one person also on Zoom. So let me introduce our panel. First, Mr. Ben Reiter, who's the Executive Director with Beat the Streets National. Let me get these so I get it right.
There you go.
There you go. After graduating from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in history, Ben began his career establishing and leading social impact organizations in South America. Through these organizations, Ben established a community center and library on the outskirts of Arequipa, held annual health and relief campaign for villages in the Andes Mountains, hosted annual back-to-school campaigns, and worked with the National Children's Hospital to promote and send frequent volunteers to donate blood platelets for children suffering from leukemia. When he returned to the States, Ben joined the executive staff of Beat the Streets Philadelphia, where he furthered the mission of BTS for 5 years, first as a director of mentoring, later as a director of strategic partnerships. During his time at BTS Philadelphia, Ben returned to his alma mater for the executive program in social impact strategy, earned a master's degree in nonprofit leadership. A former member of the University of Pennsylvania wrestling team, Ben now is called Philadelphia home. Good. Yep, and you were also an MMA wrestler.
Yeah, I was a professional MMA fighter for
Fighter.
8 years or so.
Gotcha, very good,
Yeah,
okay.
through my 20s, yeah.
If we have time, we'll ask you a little bit about that.
Okay, yeah, it's usually a fun fact.
Okay.
People like hearing about that one.
Morgan Fowler, Director of Strategic Development Outsourcing with Armanino, furthest to my left. She leads Armanino's consulting practice in strategic development outsourcing, which focuses on data-driven fundraising strategies. She holds a certified fundraising executive designation. Before Armanino, she started her career in public accounting, focused on NFPs before deciding she wanted experience working inside a nonprofit to directly make a difference. Most notably, Morgan served as Executive Director, Vice President Finance of a PGA Tour host organization, Monterey Peninsula Foundation. MFP hosts 2 PGA Tour events, one of them being the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. At MPF, Morgan oversaw strategic planning and operational event execution while leading the organization's finance function. During her tenure, the organization surpassed $200 million raised for charity, the first event on the PGA Tour to reach this transformational milestone. Wow, thank you for being here. And then Chris, hopefully Chris can hear us. If not, let me introduce him and then I'll make hand signals. Chris is Vice President of Digital Strategy for AMF Media Group. So Chris has had more than 20 years of media and internet marketing leadership experience, holding professional accreditations from the University of British Columbia, the British Columbia Institute of Technology, the Trade Desk, and Internet Advertising Bureau. Chris is a veteran to the online space, bringing exceptional experience and strategic insight to client marketing initiatives, blending data science with how humans experience the web. He engages client campaign strategy and optimization efforts, along with partner development and market trend analysis.
Yeah, thanks.
So let me kind of kick this off with an initial slide. First polling question. Do you have a digital marketing and storytelling strategy today? That's a yes or no polling question. Okay. As you are answering that question, how often do you think about brand and reputation? So that was a question we asked in the nonprofit sector, and you can see we got back the answer 57%. So let me tee up our first panel here by asking our panelists, 57%, that surprise you? High, low?
I think it's about right. I mean, some clients are really, really focused on this and really understand how powerful this can be. But like with everything, it's a journey. And some clients that I work with are on the beginning of their journey and really learning this true art form. So this is about exactly what I'd expect to see, about half.
About half. Okay. Ben, any?
I don't have the same perspective as you guys. We've seen a whole bunch of different organizations.
That's all right.
It feels like it seems about right just from anecdotally talking to leaders of different organizations. It seems, I was thinking 50-50 or so.
Okay.
It seems all right.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
The room, from a show of hands, how many people would say 57 was the best way to ask it? How many thought it would have been higher? Okay, I'd say, what's that, 3/4 of the room?
Yeah.
How many thought it would have been lower? 1, 2, 3. All right. Remember that thought, and we'll talk about it at the end a little bit. Very, very good. So let's start with storytelling. And first, I want to kind of get into this by hearing a little bit more about your organization. That we're going to use that to kind of work off of on how to tell stories and how organizations actually think about stories. So first, tell us a little bit about Beat the Streets, who you are, what you do, what's your mission.
Sure. Yeah. So Beat the Streets, we're now a collection of mission-aligned group of nonprofits. We're a sports-based youth development nonprofit organization. We use the sport of wrestling, community, mentorship, the power of a caring coach in your corner. We use that as a way to reach some of our country's most vulnerable youth and some of the most impoverished neighborhoods in the country. Use that as a way to positively alter life's trajectory, get youth on a positive path, come alongside them, help figure out next steps after high school. Our approach is, we say wrestling is the vehicle, but the mission is our approach is very holistic. And then a lot of times people say, why wrestling? And I mean, one, I'll just kind of go with I don't know if we have any wrestlers in the room, anyone that's good through the sport? No? Well, I'd argue that we all are in some way, right? We're all wrestlers in some way. The word wrestling, it's to struggle with. And the mindset, so everyone is, most people have experienced that, have to overcome challenges, have to figure out how to navigate adversity, bounce back from failures, set goals and work towards those goals. Those are some of the mindset lessons that are embedded in our sport, and it becomes this metaphor for life. And you combine that with a caring coach in your corner, a community behind you, and the youth that we reach, they embrace that overcomer mindset. And a lot of them are dealing with some really tough circumstances and wrestling through really tough life circumstances. So the analogy and the lessons that we teach through the sport helps prepare them for everything else going on in life.
That's great. Let me ask you real quick. How do you tell stories right now in your organization?
We have a bunch of different ways. We do articles. We have we're on all of our social media platforms. We recently started launching a podcast as well, where we often will talk to some coaches, leaders, but mostly youth that have come through the program. We really like to, as we've developed, I also didn't totally finish answering the first question on just where our scope of impact, where currently there's 11 Beat the Streets chapters, and we're reaching a bit over 10,000 youth across the country. We're doing a really good job of keeping youth in school in some of the areas. Dropout rates are a big issue. Some of the areas we're in, only 65% of kids will graduate high school. For Beat the Streets youth, it's 98%. To the storytelling question, we have a newsletter. We're on the social media challenges, on the social media channels. The podcast piece, we break that down. We use that for social media. We'll use that for articles. We have such amazing people coming through this organization. We have amazing youth coming through this organization, amazing staff members and coaches that just are really passionate and believe in what we do and are doing incredible work all the time. So we try to just, if we're talking to a parent that has a lot of just had a meaningful experience, or a youth that has a meaningful experience or has come through the program, we try to capture those stories, and you can't capture all of them, but we try to capture a few and share that with everyone else, the whole big community that's involved, and our stakeholders, and our donors, our supporters.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me kind of pivot over and for you on Morgan. Based on what you're hearing from Ben, just kind of looking globally with all the organizations that you work with, what are you hearing that kind of resonates in terms of people have a very strong mission, they're doing a lot of things, but what are their challenges? Where do they struggle?
Yeah, even with what Ben just said, he led with facts, right? So they're in 11 states, they serve 10,000 youth. That's compelling. There's no doubt about that. That's compelling. But then he started talking about the people. And I think it's really getting past that mentality of our annual impact report and what do those metrics look like. Your donors, your supporters, your volunteers, they're there because the people. They're not there because the facts. So I loved hearing Ben talk about how they are leading with the stories of individuals in their program that they're benefiting. You know, they're really talking about the faces that bring that alive, because that's what spurs empathy, and empathy ultimately drives action. So that's really the goal in what you're trying to do with storytelling. So it sounds like you're doing some great stuff.
Thanks. Yeah, grateful to be a part of it.
Let me take that. And Chris, I've asked you a question. You promised not to get real technical.
Okay.
When you heard Morgan there talking about metrics and data, can you just kind of give us big picture how an organization like Ben should think about like what to do? There's so many different channels. How do I choose them? How do I measure? Just sort of kind of broad brush, and then we can talk a little bit more about it later.
I guess the first thing you always have to do is take an assessment of the situation. You know, what's you up at night? What are the stressors? And where is your website ranking against competition, SEO, all that type of stuff that we do behind the scenes to help us understand where your position is in the market. And then we want to take that concept of the people that Ben was mentioning, and then how do we amplify that? So what are the tactics that are going to come out of that strategy? Where are the platforms, and how do we communicate with each individual audience directly, as opposed to one message fits all? That's where storytelling can really amplify results, by using all these data things that we have available today, which I won't get technical, but if you need me to, I can. But yeah, that's kind of try to put the right message in front of the right person at the right time to elicit a response. That's really where we're going to take digital with data and amplify that market opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So Ben, not a test, but let me just ask you, if you said to say, here's where our organization struggles with storytelling, here's our pain points, what would they be?
So I could take it from a couple different lenses, because the way that we grew, we were a grassroots movement first. So Beat the Streets New York was started in 2005. Differently, each Beat the Streets chapter is its own organization, has its own 501c3, its own board, its own staff. It wasn't until much later that the leaders from the most established organizations started national, and we began to build more of a message of unity, figure out how do we scale this mission across the country, and how do we strengthen all the existing chapters. So some of the challenges from a local perspective, it's one, just capacity. There's only one of our Beat the Streets organizations that actually has, we just hired a communications director national a year ago. There's only one of our chapters that actually has a full-time dedicated communications person. So when you're starting out, bandwidth is a big challenge. You might have a college intern that's doing social media, so bandwidth is a big challenge. Learning where to focus your energy on is a big challenge. So kind of making it, we could almost be overwhelmed by so much. There's plenty of, we have amazing people coming through this organization, amazing youth, amazing coaches, and we could almost get kind of, getting that to a system on a calendar of just, this is how often we're going to do, this is how often we're going to post, this is how often we're going to do an article, this is how often we have our themes. Getting that organized was really helpful to us. It took us some time to get there. And then our other big challenge now from like the national perspective is having this, we're seeing stories and amazing things that are happening in different areas of the country, and pulling that together to this common message of unity, and using that as a way to where our chapter that's in DC can use a story from Chicago, and kind of, really kind of maximizing that effort and and unifying our efforts on that front has been a fun challenge to tackle, and we're just, slowly making progress on it.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
Morgan or Chris, anything in his pain points that you're hearing, that you hear across the market that you'd say, hey, here's kind of what we're hearing, here's the consulting we would give?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, you're a newer organization. You're out building this brand day in and day out with donors, with participants. All of these people are looking for something that's unifying and looking for themes. And I think you're getting it with really having that content calendar that's all driven by a larger strategy and picking out those thematic pieces that are really going to do, ultimately, move the needle really on where you should invest time and resources to really get the maximum impact of your efforts. So I think you are on a wonderful path, and I think I would encourage you to continue doing that. I think that's amazing.
Appreciate that. I know we have plenty to learn and plenty to, we're going to evolve and grow, but yeah, we're doing the best we can. Yeah.
Very, very good. Mr. Severs?
Yeah, those are very, very consistent concerns we hear. Bandwidth is enormous, challenges of how do we scale. Back in the days, I used to sell newspapers and radio and all that, the traditional media, which is very expensive. It's hard to reach out to new markets when you're not sure things are working in your own market. So today's digital ecosystems, that's sort of where we can sort of help, because the data that are happening in your own market, who's converting on your website, who's calling your phone lines, who's responding on your social media posts and this type of thing. We can begin to accrue data elements from that information that then helps you make more strategic approaches to new markets, new geographies, regions. So you're not guessing, you're not going on as much gut instinct anymore. You're using a really mathematical science to move into these new opportunities. And so it's a way, we hear the term like scaling. How do I scale? How do I get more when I don't know what I should be doing? That's where this data first approach is really help you uncover that. You can see what's working, and what's working in one market, you can replicate into another. And that sometimes takes a lot of that headache out because it reduces your planning time. And that's advantages that we work in quite a bit.
Gotcha. Let me just ask you this, because the reason I'm asking you this here is because we talk about like how to tell stories. We're also saying like, how do we use this content in today's media landscape? When you talk about data, what do you mean exactly? Like counting up the impressions on social sites, if you're a small nonprofit, is that what you mean by data, or is it at a deeper level? I mean, just sort of explain it to me like I'm 12.
Yeah, it's a lot of different things. The old-fashioned vanity metrics, how many likes did I get on a social post? That's part of it. Now we want to know how many people read the post, commented on it, and shared it. Did they get into your website? How long did they spend on your page? Did they come in really quick, leave? Did they take the actions that we're hoping the messages are going to elicit? Did I make a donation? Did I buy a gift card? Did I do some type of action? And those actions that we're trying to track. The other data that we have, and I'm not going to go too deep down this, but very, very deep levels of algorithmic, deep learning, mathematical modeling. Everything that we go on the web leaves a breadcrumb. Sometimes we use the old Hansel and Gretel, right? Little breadcrumbs all over the place. But those breadcrumbs are data points. And that's what allows us to connect audiences across platforms, whether they're in social media, reading a blog, watching a connected TV show on Hulu, or where they might be. All of these points are to accumulate into we call a data profile. And it shows us who we should be putting your message in front of that's more likely to respond than someone that's more generally not going to.
Okay, no, thank you. So I wanted any response or reaction to that. It's okay if you don't, and then I want to shift more to digital landscape. Talk about how stories are used in today's kind of media world. Does that work?
Sounds good.
All right, I think we have a slide on digital landscape. If not, no worries, I'll get it. So what we tried to do was put together just some topics that we're hearing from the market and how we kind of explain the digital landscape in respect to storytelling to the market. And basically the way we would frame it up is that we think of digital marketing or digital communications as technology plus content. And the pain points that we hear from people are, one, on platforms and channels, which we spoke a little bit about. What platforms do I pick? What channels do I use? How does all this work? The user's in control, that people have a very acute sense of how the audience drives the conversation, how they move from platform to platform, and people are vying for their attention. That's a pain point that we hear. What do we mean by content? What's the best kind of content? And Ben, you mentioned several podcasts and videos there, so we hear that a lot. And then the other point is customer journey. In the marketing world, there's a traditional way of thinking of the sales funnel. I'm going to have a lead. I'm going to move that lead to consideration. I'm going to acquire them. There's customer retention. And one of the things that we try to talk with clients outside commercial nonprofit is there a way to extrapolate and think about your communications in that same kind of funnel? What's a lead? Who am I trying to introduce myself or attract? How am I nurturing them along? What is their payoff for this experience? How do I measure that? How do I cultivate that? And then how do I get them in as a donor or volunteer? I think we want to talk a little bit about that because we hear from nonprofits are sort of struggling with how to kind of frame that up. And these acronyms up here, I apologize for acronym, return on engagement. So what we're just going to talk about there is when you think about your content marketing, you want to think about what is the return on engagement that the person is getting from you. And it doesn't mean you're just like engaging them, but what value are they getting out of it? What is their experience? Are they educated? Are they inspired, et cetera? So we want to think about that kind of return on engagement. And the other, this is an irritating marketing acronym, ERRC. It just means also, and when Chris will talk a little bit about this, is the user experience through the website, through the donor experience. That can become a way that the nonprofit ends up, or the person ends up viewing the nonprofit. If it's a bumpy, convoluted experience, that becomes part of their impression on that brand. And you want to think about how do you eliminate barriers, how do you raise the experience, how do you reduce friction, how do you create value when you talk about that experience. So we maybe hit on all of those, but we just wanted to kind of frame that up as that's what we hear a lot from the market. So with that lengthy intro, let me start off with what are some good examples for you? So I talked a little about this for you on storytelling, and what vehicles and platforms do you use?
So I think we're talking about how we're on all the social media platforms. We do a podcast, then we put our articles on the website, and that will go out to newsletters. But some of the ways that we kind of use that as far as to build more engagement, for example, if we see someone that is interacting with us on, that's commenting on a social media post or something positive, or just, or frequently liking something, then a staff member, might be me, it might be Gina, our communications director, will just reach out and say, maybe if we don't know that person yet, let's get to know that person. Let's see if they want to just meet and talk about the work we're doing, and sometimes they end up getting involved at a deeper level, like as a donor or an advisor or a coach, or so paying attention to that, like it's this kind of broad reaching, but then you're going to get, it's broad on the social media front, it's broad reaching, but then you're going to find people are self-selecting, like they're kind of sending a message that, hey, I want to get more involved if they're actively engaged on the social media front. So that's the way we kind of interpret it, and that's worked pretty well. And then some of the content, and then the other use too, we've done mini documentaries. I'm hoping we're trying to get actually a really big docuseries off the ground. We'll know in a few months if it gets picked up. But but we've done video content that's where we're hearing from some of our youth, hearing from leaders, hearing from kind of really connects people to the mission. And the way that I'll use that usually, it's for, I'll also just personalize that. I'll text a link to our major donors or board members, ask them to share it out. It's something that's really quick, shareable, and that energizes the people that are already supporting us, and then also gives them tools bring new people in.
Totally understand. Absolutely. And let me
So those are some of the things going through. Yeah,
no worries, and play off that from what he's saying. Also, market. How does that resonate with what you're hearing in the market? And then two, how would you advise somebody to find their way through platforms and channels?
Yeah, I think what really resonates that we're seeing in the market and nonprofits taking more advantage of, but again, you can't do enough, is having that, content dam, having all your content in one spot where you can pull it. So you might have posted something on Instagram, an amazing story about, a participant, but I might be a donor or I might be a volunteer and I missed it. And maybe I need to be brought back to your mission and maybe I need to be spurred to take some action. Reuse that. That is not just a one and done. And I think really figuring out how to do that and do that well, and also build the processes within your organization to get the stories and drive the content. I think so many times I hear of nonprofits that I work with, they're like, oh, we're just looking for stories. Every nonprofit has amazing stories, they're there, but it's not gonna work if you say, all right, volunteers, give me your stories today. They need to be asked those thought-provoking questions like, what moved them? Why do they show up every day? Maybe even harder to talk about, what really stirred emotion in them recently with working with your organization? That's where the stories are. And then I really liked earlier today talking about how Fred's footsteps, they lead with a mission moment. Bring it back and really cultivate that storytelling within your organization. So, and I think it's amazing how you're sharing.
Well, you reminded me of a way that kind of has helped us organically as well. And Chris, you talked about it too with and we call it our mission moment before our board calls. But we also do that at our weekly staff meeting. We do a mission moment, our weekly staff meeting. And it's just an opportunity to connect. Well, I mean, also we might have staff members that they're not on the ground level with our youth, like feeling, so it just connects everyone to just, hey, we're a part of something really impactful and really important. So it's kind of open where any staff member could just speak a little bit about what's something that's inspired them in this mission moment, and we do that on our board calls. And that's just been a practice that has often kind of, then sometimes you might get, hey, maybe we should lean into that a little bit, and maybe we do an article or an interview or something along those lines. So that's something to kind of systematically do that you might get some really good stories out of that.
Yeah, the other thing that you said that I thought was really great is this documentary. So storytelling is not linear, it's not on one platform. Also, how do you take advantage of the moment? How many people in here have saw Full Swing, the PGA Tour's Full Swing, right? Drive to Survive, right? Sports documentaries are right now. So the fact that you are utilizing that and seeing that opportunity to build your brand and your storytelling is amazing. And that's what every nonprofit should look at it through a lens. It might not be a sport, but it might be something that's happening in your community, spurring change. It might be something that's happening in the larger, movement. Everybody's talking about DEI, all of that. Work that in. How can you tell stories through that lens? Like, I work with a religious organization, and obviously that has its own complexities. But how can we make religious organizations, I always say, be seen as a vehicle for social change? It doesn't have to be only through one lens. And I think figuring out what your supporters are there for and maybe different lenses that they're looking through to support your organization can really shift storytelling and maybe shift it for the better.
Demographics. So demographics came up in a really good question in the last session as it would apply to a board of directors. Okay, so how does it apply to this endeavor with brand and storytelling and content? So you want to take that one first?
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you've already hit on it a little bit, but every platform has a different purpose and I feel like a different audience. And so how do you figure out which message to put on what platform? I think so many organizations struggle with that. I would love to know your process.
We know who's tuning, like where are youth tuning in? A lot of times it's on Instagram or we kind of know like who's looking at what. And then another thing that we try to do is just anytime we put something out there, if we put an article out there, if we put a post out, like I try to think about the different people that might read this. So how does it read from a donor perspective? And most importantly, the most important question is like, you try to read that as a parent or as a kid in their program and want it to be really uplifting and make sure it's something that they feel really proud of. And so that's that. I think, we think about that of just how things are read from who are our audience and how would each of those audience members read what we're putting out there. And then also just knowing what's the best, like where your response rates are. So if we're talking about talking about something programmatic and we want our youth to show up to a workshop, and I mean, a lot of times it's, Instagram might be the best platform for that. Or if we're a lot of our camp, LinkedIn could be a better platform for the donors we're trying to attract. So we think we haven't figured it all out yet, but those are some of the things that are going through, some of the things we think about. Yeah.
Chris, I'll roll this back to you, but I want to kind of I want to jump around a little bit, and then I'll bring it back to Chris. What are the components of a good story, would you say?
The stories that I get most inspired by within our organization, we have a theme that's happening, just has been happening organically, where we call it our full circle. We have youth that have come through our organization and are giving back as coaches, mentors, being that hero, that leader for their younger peers. So I think elements of a good story, when I think of the just amazing people in our organization, they're overcomers, and they're thriving and doing amazing things with their life, and they care about others. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but I'm just thinking some of the things that we're really proud of as an organization is that just seeing our youth do amazing things, and knowing everything they've had to overcome to get to that point.
That's fine. And what you said, it hit on what the professionals would say are some of the best practices: show, don't tell. Involve your people in the story; they're the heroes. Yeah. Inspire. You're showing your values. So thank you. I want to jump to Chris and talk about what types of. How should they think about the platforms and distribution with the story types? Would anything jump out at you and what he?
Yeah, exactly like you said. You got to lead with a face. You can't lead with an organization, and that really is what makes it personal and drives empathy.
Gotcha.
I'd say the video content has been. I use that you could use that all the time. Anytime there's someone just getting to know our organization, let's say it's an email intro and a message of someone we're trying to. We have a 3-minute overview video, and we might play that on at an event. I might just send it in an email message, and just here's a way to just kind of get to know, set the tone of who we are. That has been really valuable. I use it all the time in personalized interactions. We use it all the time.
Yeah. Chris, what would you say, or how would you advise people on what are the best practices for content type, like broad, video, written, etc., and what are the kind of the channels that work best with those types?
Great question. To start off, just going back to what Ben said, video. Well, if everybody had a videographer in their back pocket right now, that'd be a big advantage. It's everywhere, right? It's top trending, it's high retention rates. It's replacing broadcast TV. YouTube is now the #1 TV channel on the internet, really anyway. So I think, and it goes back a little bit to what you, Megan, also said. The story has to be compelling. I think what Ben just said is some of these things that are resonating are how do I get that to more people? If I'm on Instagram, someone else is on Twitter, you've missed the person on Twitter. And so what we often like to do is break down that message and then refine it within the strategy. We'll do the research and say, okay, based on this KPI and this audience that we know is purchasing or donating, how do we find more of them? We can actually track data across each platform. Here's the total audience on all of these social platforms. Here's the total audience that's on YouTube. Here's the total audience that's on the open internet, website, blogs, and whatnot. And then we can start to say, how would we pair that out across each tactic platform? And fundamentally, at the root of all of that is SEO. Everyone's heard the term, right? Search engine optimization. How can we take that content, whether it's written, video, audio? By the way, Ben, I love that you're doing podcasting. Fantastic. But how do we take all that and say, how is Google or Bing and Yahoo, how are they going to rank that? Because everyone is right now making content. Everyone's pushing video. Everyone's trying to get their message out. And so we have to do certain things that are going to anchor that creative, that content, in a usable format that Google says, rank this higher than someone that isn't using all of these data optimization capabilities. That's how we get one, maybe page 2. You don't want to be any worse than page 3. And what we often will ask our clients is say, you know your business really well. Go to Google and look up what you're trying to say. And if you're not on page 1, there's an issue. If you're not on page 2, there's a concern, right? If you're falling down after page 3 and that type of thing. So where is that content currently ranking? Because if it's high engagement, if lots of people are reading it and sharing it on social media, Google picks up on that. If there's a lot of people reading it on your website and you're spending lots of time reading it and then sharing it from your website, Google picks up on that. And so all these little indicators, we can actually help Google understand what it is you're trying to do. And now a formulated approach to say, this is where that message should go. It should be a 15-second on social media. It should be a 45 minutes full interview on YouTube. And we can actually help you determine how to put it.
Gotcha. The takeaway is they really need, or would you agree with me, part of the homework for the nonprofit is they really need to spend some time on what is search engine optimization, the importance of ranking, and the content that's going to drive that, but also the website performance that's going to drive that. We'd say it's a fair.
Yeah, big homework project, right? Who's looking after SEO? If you have someone in-house, great. If it's an agency that's doing it, great. If you're not doing it, SEO it's something that a lot of people overlook, but it's gas that fuels the engine of your car. Anyone can go out and buy a Lamborghini, but if you put diesel in it, it's going to break down really fast, right? And so you don't often see huge results. It's not like I said, okay, I put 5,000 or 1,000 into SEO this month. What did it do? It's an ongoing process that has to keep happening over and over and over. But that's how you help amplify. Because someone might think, oh, I saw this great video. Can't remember what the company was. I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see if I can find it. And then they can't. So that's a lost opportunity. And so we want to make sure that those are minimized at all costs.
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. What would be the one takeaway on what we've talked about here? If you had to give somebody a takeaway and homework, what would be the one thing to leave them with? And then we'll go to the next section.
So this is advice for like small nonprofit, small, medium nonprofit.
Yeah, like how do
as the audience?
On content creation or bandwidth? Yeah.
So one of the things that we're thinking about, and Chris was talking about this on just when we do I'll just use the podcast for example. We have that in a longer form, but then you can get so much out of that. That will be an article on the website. That will be a bunch of several. You can cut it up into a picture with a 15-second clip, and you have a bunch of different social media posts. So you can get a lot of use out of. You can get a lot of use out of one kind of content effort. And then the other was finding stories. I think that the finding stories piece was one of the questions, and the takeaway for that is just. Whoever is, whoever the staff, the people on the ground level closest to the mission, just make sure that there's a real, that there is an organic there's a way to know what's going on within the organization on the ground level and talk to the people that are being affected by your organization, and those conversations are going to turn into something that's going to inspire on a broader platform.
Thank you, Morty.
Yeah, I think just pay attention. Pay attention to what you get response rates from. So if you're telling storytelling from a volunteer's perspective and it's not really driving engagement, don't be afraid to pivot. Just because you've always done it doesn't mean you have to stick with that. Or don't be afraid to tell a story from a board member's perspective, right? So many nonprofits lead with just the programmatic impact, but what about seeing your nonprofit through a different lens? And I think that can be really, really valuable, but the biggest thing is just pay attention if it's working or not, because that can save you so much time and ultimately give you a return on investment of your efforts.
Very good, thank you. Let me jump now to a poll question. This is poll number 2. Have you changed strategies as a result of changing donor demographics? It's a yes or no. So if you'll give you a minute on that one. Okay. Let's go now to, and we're going to have poll number 3 coming up soon. So keep your thumbs ready. Let's go now quick to reputation and then we're going to do some more on brand storytelling. So the reason we put this on here, when people talk about brand storytelling and reputation, sometimes what they're worried about is a crisis that they feel they can't control. They're getting overwhelmed on social media, reporters call, and how exactly do I manage that? And obviously, as the last panel talked about, you want to have open, transparent communications, but sometimes things maybe feel out of control if there's a particular crisis. How do you kind of manage that? And, you know, and I want Chris to talk a little bit about how you manage reputation online, but just kind of wanted to frame up for the nonprofits is one thing to add to your kind of thinking and toolbox is to just methodically go through who can be harmed, how can they be harmed, and how do we manage the harm, and write that out. Meaning, here's how much we'd be harmed by losing donors, we'd be harmed by losing volunteers, we'd be harmed by so-and-so having with the board of directors. Having listed that out in a matrix, then you have kind of some calm way to make decisions and to know how relevant some of the things that are happening to you are. If you're getting hit with a lot of stuff on social media, responding to all of it so quickly is necessarily a good idea. So one thing to kind of add to your thinking is to think through clearly how can you be harmed, and so you're not reacting to a lot of stuff that you don't need to be reacting to. And Chris, I want to tee you up for one last thing on reputation. So if somebody's got a lot of bad stuff online, what do they do about it?
Want to get into that now? Yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, part of that's going to go back down to SEO, right? What are the messages that are on the site? How do you counteract something that's negative, and really amplify the good news story? I would always suggest if someone has made a claim or an argument, it could be deep enough that this is going to warrant some legal attention. If it's just something minor, reply. Just say, hey, you know what? We hear you. We're sorry that this happened. Here's our number. Give us a call. And I often find when you put it back on the consumer that's making the complaint, they love to be heard and know that someone's listening. That takes care of 90% of the time we have a challenge. And if they don't call, sometimes they're just out there trying to spam or fraud or, whatever it is they're doing. Do respond where possible and then figure out, is there a trend here? Are we starting to see more and more of this happening? That might be something that would warrant a business change type of thing.
Good, thank you. It's okay if you don't any thoughts on just kind of reputation management or whatnot, then we move to brand storytelling.
I have one thought. I think, Mike, you can probably talk more about this, but have a plan. Nobody ever sees a crisis coming. Nobody ever sees a social media post going wrong until it happens. So have a plan, have that person you call or team you call or something in place where you're not trying to figure out the plan in the moment you need it. I've seen that happen too many times, Mike, I'm sure you have as well. So just have a plan.
Good.
Having a plan will keep you calm, because a lot of times those things are going to come out of the blue, and then you're reactionary as opposed to being prepared for something like that. That's a really good point to bring up.
Very good, thank you. Let's shift down to the last section, just some more on brand storytelling. And what we want to do here is drill down a little bit. We talked about, let's start with the bottom one on finding ideas. Let's go back to that. How do you find ideas in your organization for stories?
Yeah, we talked about the mission moment in staff meetings, having clear communication with what's going on, with talking to coaches, talking to parents, talking to youth. Those conversations often end up resulting in content creation as well. So that's a strategy that is simple, but that works.
Yeah, no worries. Do you have a sense of what resonates most with people? What do you hear, like, after things happen, you hear on the street or you hear from when you're in an organization, any sense of like what speaks to people the most, a type of story, a type of content, or any sense like that? So I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, I like also, I was saying about just the different perspectives and having a board member's perspective, having a leadership perspective, having a parent's perspective, having a coach's perspective, having a youth perspective. But it's our mission, from at least, we have plenty of room to grow, and we're going to grow beyond this. And but so far, I feel like our youth that are overcoming and each of their individual stories, that resonates with people, and people want to get behind it. So it feels like we just got to keep doing more of that and keep building this out. We want to grow this organization. We want to grow this organization across every major city of the country, because there's a big need that we're not reaching yet. We're reaching 10,000 youth across the country, but we really feel that there's probably more like 100,000 youth that could benefit from this. It's not for everyone, but it is for there's a lot more youth that could use this program that we haven't gotten to yet.
Oh, sure.
So our messaging really is, and each of our, anything that we're putting on any of our media platforms or in conversation or in it's really some of the amazing youth that we have coming through this organization, but they need a caring coach in their corner, right? We have youth that are seeing shootings every day. We have youth that, we have youth that are seeing drug deals every day. We have youth that don't have, that are really battling with some of the family support. Youth that are battling in and out of homelessness. We've had kids in and out of homelessness to graduate Ivy League schools. We've had
easy or difficult to get those kinds of stories.
It's easy because it's the work we're doing. We're doing the work, so it's easy to. It's not.
People are generally okay about being open about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been, at least not for us. Yeah, I'll just speak from experience, but yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it's been, our youth are really passionate about the program too, so it's kind of like, yeah, it hasn't been difficult to get those stories, because we just have incredible people coming through this organization.
Gotcha. And Morgan, I know you talked a bit about how organizations, how they need to think operationally about how they mine for stories. Can you drill down on that a little bit, or things that you've seen that are really kind of best practices on how people get story ideas? Because we do that a lot, like, I don't know what to write about, or I don't know what to do a video on.
Yeah, I think like grassroots, where do you start? Say you don't have storytelling in your organization. There's so many online form tools, like FormStack, for example, is one. Create a form stack, send it to your organization, send it to your board, send it to everybody, where they have a place when, as soon as they see that story, they can pick up a smartphone, put the information, maybe even attach some pictures or a video that they were able to get. So you have them coming in all the time, and there's a vehicle for it. It doesn't have to be a formal meeting, or it doesn't have to be a formal solicitation for stories, but just really create that vehicle where there is a process set up.
Mm-hmm. Very good, good. And do I need to do polling question number 3? Yeah, very good. I'll go ahead and do it. Polling question number 3, do you do your digital marketing in-house, or do you outsource? So in-house or outsource is the choice. People have been in on that one. So let's talk a little bit about examples, and then we'll see what questions we've got. Give us, if you could frame up for us, like your best example of storytelling that your organization did.
The theme that I personally feel most inspired with, and I think resonates with a lot of people, is that full circle theme, and seeing that our youth are now coming back and wanting to be the leaders, mentors, coaches for their younger peers. And a great example of that is even just now also in the staff leadership as well. And there's going to be a day as we mature as an organization, we're going to have board members that are from our program. We're going to have, it's just that this whole, that culture, that full circle culture that's growing, is something that I feel really proud of that's happening, because it's a testament to the impact of our organization, that our youth want to come back and be involved. And we have lots of examples of that. But I'll use John Guevara, he's on our national staff now as our operations manager. He's going to be a rising leader with the organization. He came through the program. Parents immigrated from El Salvador, neither spoke English. He was raised by, they split. He was raised by his dad. He grew up in poverty. Grew up with, he'll share a story of some of the things that he's seen and grown up with, and all just the roaches in the house and all sorts of just the shootings on the block and all the things that he needed to overcome. He's had to be a really strong person, and a lot of our youth have to face these. A lot of the youth that we work with have to face some very, very unfair circumstances that that it's almost impossible to get out of sometimes, you know. And John will talk about when he got involved with Beat the Streets and having and the outlet that he had through the sport, the outlet, a positive, an area where you got people that you have some adults around you that care about you, that want to see you thrive, want to see you succeed. John ended up going to the University of Pennsylvania, getting a degree in sociology. He had a couple of different jobs in the nonprofit sector, and then we brought him on the national staff, and now he's a rising leader in the organization. I mean, I want to try to get him promoted to director level.
You had somebody who came through the program as a rising leader. It was a way to personalize, but then it also kind of gave people a chance to unpack what's going on in your overall organization. So
and we have lots of stories like that with our youth coming back and coaching or being on local staff too.
Got it.
I brought John's story up because I really think John's going to be the leader that helps build and grow this movement across the entire country.
That sounds good.
And that I get kind of chills thinking about that, and it's really just great to see that journey. And so we talk about the full circle culture that we're building a lot.
Perfect.
Because it's authentic, it's genuine, it's happening, and we want to celebrate that. We want it to keep happening. We want the voices of our youth shaping the future of our organization.
That's perfect. Thank you. Chris, can you give us, if you can give us an example of like a successful campaign or storytelling initiative that and maybe where there was a strong kind of digital component?
I'll use we do a lot of work with hospital foundations, and I'll call upon a recent one that we did. It's in British Columbia, Canada. So it's the BC Children's Hospital in Vancouver. So they use a format of fundraising. If you've seen their home hospital lotteries, they're expensive tickets, but the prize is a potential $2 million house. San Francisco Raffle does this in California, for instance. And so funds that are generated through these lottery programs filter into the hospital. Now they break these out based on a variety of different campaigns. So some will be to support the burn units, some will be for hospital equipment, staffing growth, new building development.
Let me take another poll question. I'll take the last one. As a result of this session, are you planning to make any changes to your marketing or digital media strategy? Yes or no? All right. Thank you. And now I think I want to check and see if we have, and thank you for everybody on the panel. Thank you so much. We wanted to leave a few minutes here at the end to see if we have any questions that have come in from our remote viewers, and I'm looking up at the screen here. When you talk about using data, is there a minimum level or floor of traction you need before it makes sense to track digital data? In other words, do you need to be doing it at a certain extent or degree before you're measuring?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear that question?
It's based more upon the market you're trying to get to. Like, how big is that audience is really going to be what dictates the sort of investment level, let's say. But there's no minimum. Often what we'll do with clients before we go to market is we'll place what are called the tracking tags, the pixels, old-fashioned cookies. And we'll start generating data before we even go into market. And so we have an understanding of, here's your web traffic, here's the audience potential. And then we pair that with two types of data. One is what's called third party. We're buying data, for instance, from Visa that has purchase data, or some companies give location data or age or demographic data. And then we'll pair that with what's called your first party data. So if you had email lists or CRM data, who's donated online, all of that is scrubbed of any type of personal identifiable information. You don't really need that. But that helps us formulate how we would go to market. So here's the data set that we have to work with. We can help you understand this is how much would be required to amplify this nationally or on a local. But
even small,
all kinds of data that we have to work with. Your cell phone data, signals from Wi-Fi, where you are, the type of things you search for on Google. All of this is randomized, it's just code. We don't know it's Joe or Jane Smith, but that's how we'll put these initial programs together. And then we'll analyze what the market has available, the SEO content again, how do we optimize your content so that once you start applying data in your marketing system, you're not throwing money out into the market hoping to get a response. We want to make sure that everything is a systematic approach.
Perfect.
That's how a good data focused
Sorry to cut you off,
operate.
Kristen. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off many times. So thank you. Any last thoughts, Morgan, Ben? Well, thank you. We're right on time. I hit all the poll questions. Anything I missed? All the audio folks? Nope. Very good. So thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. It was great. And we'll end this session, and I'll wait for the MC.
Thanks, Mike.
No worries.
Thanks, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Should we get up?
Thank you again. So we are going to go ahead and get ready for our next session. Just a couple of reminders. The polling questions, that's how you get CPE. So there's 4 per session. No trick questions. You just got to answer all 4 of them. Just wait to hear for when we're prompting you here while we're on stage. So you can answer those, watch for them to come up on screen and put your vote in so you get the CPE. We have a lot of CPE we want to give today, so we want to make sure you guys all get it. All right, so when we talk about identifying, so another part of Ben's story was that I realized a lot of his story has to do with data. And identifying meaningful data points based on strategy and gathering that data and analyzing it and using it for the objectives and the purpose to drive your strategy for your organization. So with that said, it's a really good segue into our next session, our next panel, which is titled Using Data for Good, the Key to Meeting Your Mission. So the panelists in this next session are going to have some key data points about the nonprofit sector to share with you to set the stage, and we'll examine the ways that nonprofit organizations can embrace a data culture to revolutionize fundraising, improve operations, and make better decisions to maximize impact. So just as we go ahead and introduce the next part of the panel here, I wanted to give an introduction to our moderator for the panel, which is Eric Thomas. Eric is a growth partner in Armanino's consulting practice and has been with Armanino for 9 years on leadership teams within the firm for business outsourcing, nonprofit, and the Northern California GEO. He serves a lot of leadership roles here at Armanino. He has worked in the outsourcing space for almost 20 years, so prior to his career at Armanino. And he was also the finance and accounting director of a $100 million plus nonprofit think tank while they drove the successful implementation of a tier 1 ERP and accompanying BI platform, business intelligence platform. So I want to welcome Eric up to the stage with me now. A little fun fact about Eric, he's a runner and he has run every street in his hometown. So maybe he can share a little bit about that with you as the panel goes along too. All right, Eric, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks,
All right.
Stacey. I'm really excited because these are the heavyweights at our firm. We have Carmel Wincoop, who is a manager in our practice. She runs our automation, analytics, and AI. So really pulling the future into the present for Armanino. All the buzzwords, large language models, predictive analytics. Prior to Armanino, she worked at technology firms where she won numerous awards for innovation from Microsoft and other large partners. We also have, so that's our data wonk. We also have our nonprofit expert in data, who is Morgan Failer. She created and leads our strategic development outsourcing practice. Prior to joining Armanino, she's relatively new. She served at the Monterey Bay Peninsula Foundation, which you may know hosts the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So I don't think she golfs, which we're working on that. But there she was the finance director as well as the executive director. So we've got the data, real strong data, and real strong industry here for you today.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks.
I'll let you sit here.
So in case you missed it, we have Carmel and Morgan who lives in Carmel. All right. So, are you ready? All right,
Let's do
50
it.
minutes. So we have a poll. It says that 40% of nonprofits don't use data at all. I guess 55 are trying, and 5% don't use the data at all. So what we want to do is open with a polling question to see if the audience lines up with that, and if not, how different that they are. So it looks like it's evening out around 70 for some, 24 in every decision. That's great. Uh-oh, somebody's not using data. That dropped. And then I don't even know which data to use, and are we capturing data? So Morgan, how's that line up with what your expectations are?
A lot of organizations collect data, so great step one. Some of them have it organized, great step two. And then some of them organize it and then are able to synthesize it, which is where you really want to get to be able to use it in data-driven decisions, but not every organizations are there.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think that, we've got, what we typically see is we've got organizations that have data in lots of different places, and it makes it very hard for them to utilize that data to make decisions every day. And so, which is why we see in some cases they're able to do that, and other people not so sure because they probably can't find it, right? So where do I even go get it? We hear stories all the time about people pulling information from 5 or 6 disparate systems. Which one's accurate? Then you're massaging it, trying to share that with your executive leaders. They want to figure out where you got it from. You're not sure how to tell them where you got it from, right? So it's this is not that surprising, actually.
If that's where most people start, Carmel, I'd like you to continue on that and answer, like, how do they get started with finding the data, deciding what the data is and what to do with that data?
Yeah, I mean, I think, recognition that we have this problem is probably the first thing, right? So that we know it's there, we know we've got disparate systems, and then how do we start thinking about pulling that data into a central location? Probably looking at a data governance structure and plan on how do we make sure that we have clean data? How do we make sure that we keep it clean? Armanino does a lot of ERP implementations as well, and I tell everybody all the time, the cleanest your data is ever going to be is when you switch ERP systems or change systems because you do a cleansing exercise, right? Or the day you start your business because you don't have any data. So I think, looking at a data governance policy and how do you start enforcing who gets to change what kind of data, especially key data, is really important. And then who approves that, right? Like a lot of organizations will create a data governance body. And so they have different elements of, okay, these folks maybe are making decisions about this kind of data. These folks are making decisions about this other kind of data. I think that's probably one area. The other area is looking at, if you do have disparate systems, do you look at something like a data lake or a data warehouse to pull that into one central location and repository that you can then report off of? And then I think,
can I pause there for a second? Asking for a friend, what is a data lake versus a data warehouse?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a data lake is a place where you can put unstructured data, meaning it doesn't all have to, you don't have to know how it's mapped and that, this field means the same thing as this field in these disparate systems. You're just putting into the location. And then you would put reporting tools on top of that that could then translate that and structure that data in a way that you can utilize it from all those different systems. Helpful?
Very, thank you.
And so I think, that's one element of that. I think the other thing we need to start thinking about, especially in this day and age, and we've got a session later that talks a little bit about AI and all that good stuff, but we typically see people reporting on things that happened yesterday. And while that's helpful to know how you performed yesterday, it's not really good enough anymore. We need to know, okay, what decisions how do I look at my data that can help me change the projection of where I'm going to be more successful, right? I mean, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. And I think when you're talking about data, make sure there's a point in tracking everything you're tracking. I work with so many organizations that are have these just really esoteric facts about donors. And I'm like, okay, great. what do you do with this? And they're like, well, we don't know. We've just been doing this for the last 20 years. We always track that. It's so much effort and work. And so just make sure there's a return on the data that you're tracking and really ask yourself those hard questions.
Because it's expensive to keep.
So
Very expensive.
Yeah.
And I think to that point also, what questions are you really trying to answer with the data, right?
Or what problems are you trying to solve?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big part.
Right, right.
So are organizations typically better at tracking programmatic data or donor data? And should those be separate?
Ooh, loaded question. Organizations are really, really good at tracking programmatic data, right? We always want to know about the mission. We want to know about the outcome. Again, I go back to the impact report, the holy impact report that everybody puts so much time and effort into, rightfully so. But that talks about programmatic data, right? That is the mission of the org. Donor data can fall off. Donor data gets messy. Donor data gets duplicated. There might be Eric Thomas, who donated himself. And then there's Armanino, who also donated. And that's where donor integrity comes in. So is that donation from Eric Thomas or is it from Armanino? Nobody knows. So really having donor data separated and just as important as programmatic data is huge.
I would completely agree.
So do you tie them together?
Well, if Eric Thomas also is a recipient of our services, absolutely, that should be tied together in your database. And I think when you're selecting a system to store your data or a potential output tool, I'll talk more about those details, but how can you tag, how can you associate those relationships? How can you know that Eric Thomas is an employee of Armanino who donated, he donated himself, and wow, his child also received services from us and is part of our program. Those connections are key because that's ultimately going to make your conversation with Eric Thomas so much better when you're asking for that donation or you're asking for those volunteer hours or you're asking to feature his child in your impact report. That's the connectivity that matters, the data can give you.
And that's when we think about programmatically how we connect all of that information and asking the right questions as to what you want to track and what questions you want to answer, that's when the technical people can go, okay, then that means you need this type of data to answer that question. So in the example of Eric and Armanino and maybe his child is getting one of the services that is being provided, you can correlate all of those things with that data and actually then target more specific campaigns and donor questions to him that are related to the services that his child in this example are getting, right? And now you have a much more impactful statement that you're coming to the donor with, and they have real feelings about it that they want to donate more, right?
Let's talk about those feelings.
Let's talk about feelings.
So many organizations track outcomes, like Carmel was saying, what happened yesterday? Did that donor give? But are they tracking why they gave?
Right.
I see so much we just talked about with storytelling as engagement. You're putting the dollars that you get every year from that donor in your CRM system, but are also you putting how they engaged? Did they like your social media post? Did they come to your event? Did they respond to your request for volunteers? All of this data can almost make like a heat map for you of donors. And so you know who to target. It's not just the donor with the highest capacity. I say that every day. Say it again. It is not just the donor with the highest capacity in your zip code. It looks so different nowadays. There's this whole notion that's coming out in philanthropy about the donor pyramid. And the donor pyramid may be being dead. So the donor pyramid is the concept of you taking a donor from their first entry-level gift, stewarding them over time, and then getting them to the pinnacle of giving, whether that be a major gift or a legacy gift. But that's all about you, not their feelings. And so how does your organization make them feel? That's kind of a new concept of philanthropy. So instead of ask for the gift, thank for the gift, report on the gift, what if it looked like listen to the donor, engage the donor, listen to the donor, engage the donor, and then how do you track that with data to make sure you're doing that ultimately is key.
And reporting on that, I think, is super interesting, right? And the tools that you can do to make a heat map now are available. It doesn't just have to be a static black and white report that shows you a bunch of numbers, right? You can compare and contrast all of those campaigns and those engagements and you listening to the donor so that you are focused on, and you can then pull those trends out and have much more focused campaigns around how you interact. It's an exciting time.
So to bring it back to data governance, it sounds like there's a lot of personal information that you're tracking on both sides. There's stuff that can't get out. How do people incorporate that into a data governance plan so that they're, using the data, storing it, but also protecting it and making sure they're doing the right things with the data?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have some policies and procedures around that, and all of the tools that are available today have, privacy settings, user logins and passwords, encrypted data that you can utilize. So I think utilizing those tools to do that makes a whole lot of sense.
So maybe a little pedantic, but which comes first, the cart or the horse, or the governance or the strategy?
I think it's too late for that. If you own a business, the data is there. Most organizations don't have this in place today. So it's all here now. Pick one, move on something, and then continue the progress, right? But we're all living with data all over the place right now anyway. So if you don't have a governance strategy and or data plan, start there. The data already lives somewhere. Then you figure out how to get it into a single system that you can then start utilizing. But I think you have to. You're collecting it whether you think you're collecting it or not. It's now how do you utilize it and where is it so that you can utilize it in the most effective manner. I mean, would you agree with that?
I totally agree. I mean, you have to know where it is and have the procedures in your organization that your employees follow and buy off on. I think that's the other key.
Yeah.
And really cultivating that environment to be a data-driven organization top to bottom. I mean, the board's got to believe it. The executive level's got to believe it. The programmatic staff have to believe in it. And then your volunteers have to believe it. So making sure that everybody sees the return on that investment, because we all know entering data into systems takes time. You might not necessarily have that moment to sit there and report that outcome or track that specific donor, but doing that is a greater good of the organization. Your organization relies on it. I think really helping people understand data is your biggest asset you have. Use it, and that's the biggest thing I see organizations struggle with.
And I think once you start showing how you're using the data and what you can actually do with it, how powerful it is, people get on board very quickly inside your organization. Like, people talk about data governance and everybody's eyes roll in the back of their head and they're like, I don't want to do a deal with data governance. That's going to be hard and you're making rules that now I have to follow, right? And no one wants to do that when you first talk about it. But if you can show, okay, look, we have done this, and here's the outcome of this and the impact that it has on the organization. You can even do it for the volunteers, right? How are you getting the volunteers? Not just donors, right? But okay, so you have all these volunteers that are coming. Are they coming to the food bank to? And I'm making this up now, but right to pack stuff, or do they want the office job, or are they the delivery person? What's the best when they come back all the time? What do they like doing? And then how do you show them the impact that they're making in your organization and in the environment, and where those, how all that data fits in? I think it's to your point, it's incredibly powerful. And when they start seeing little chunks about how powerful it becomes, people get on board with the governance a lot faster.
All right, well, I'm going to say governance is boring. We're going to do the polling question for it and move on to the exciting stuff. So the question is, do you have a data governance plan? Well, that's about as even as you get.
Yeah. 36% are saying yes, and
that tells us the audience is doing much better than your client base.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Good job, y'all. I love that. And then some people are not sure if they have a data governance plan or not. And I think that's really key, right? I know, they're changing a little bit. But I think communication around what that data governance plan is to the whole organization is also really important. The whole organization needs to understand what the plan is and how you're doing it and why. Why is it important, right? Because if you don't communicate that with your entire ecosystem and what that's going to bring to the organization and share with them what the outcomes are supposed to be, it's going to be really hard to get adoption.
Great.
I mean, do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, buy-off is key, right?
Yeah.
You have to have the buy-off.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on a little bit from data governance, you talked about earlier about tracking data engagement. That's a whole different set of metrics than what people normally do. What do you suggest broadly as good metrics to track donor engagement rather than donor activity?
Yeah, I feel like one of the ways to think about it is tracking donor engagement to drive donor activity, meaning the gift, right? So one really drives the other. So what are we talking about here? So Meals on Wheels, let's say, we all know what that organization is. They're a national franchise, they have affiliates. Say you did some message testing with your donors and you went out and you said, okay, I would like you to give to Meals on Wheels because we are helping with food insecurity, obviously a huge problem in this country. You got excellent response. Then you came out with another message and said, I would like you to help with our local Meals on Wheels because we need to care for the aging population. Another huge issue in our country. How each of those donors respond to those different campaigns is your keys to the kingdom on how to interact with them in the future. You have to store that so you can segment them. You cannot just segment on age, you can't just segment on geolocation or segment on capacity. Segment on what matters to them. There's this whole concept of donor-centered philanthropy. That is key. Ultimately, your mission is amazing and they believe in it. But you know what they believe in more? What matters to them and why they're giving. So trying to figure out what motivates them to give, tracking it, and then acting on it, that is how you're gonna get a greater return on your investment.
And the data takes the guessing game out of that.
Exactly.
Right?
You don't
So-
have to question which campaign message to lead with them with. You know, and you have it in your database.
And you can personalize it for each of those groups that reacted a certain way to the aging population or, food insecurity or whatever the thing may be, which is, that tailored message hits home for people. And that's what's grabbing them. And, it's like you said, it's what we care about. So, yeah, super great.
So do the metrics change for internal management versus external reporting?
Oh, absolutely. You would never report externally what motivates our donors, but you would report, total gifts, total meals, this Meals on Wheels affiliate has served. So tracking data is gonna have multiple different purposes. We've gotta be able to run different reports off all different attributes, which obviously, Carmel, probably makes a difference on what system you select and how you set up your data tables, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important to know, again, from the beginning, to know what questions you're trying to answer and what problems you're trying to solve. And that will help you and help the technical folks understand how exactly to structure the data that you're putting into those, data warehouses or that you're pulling so that you're tracking and getting the right answer. Because the last thing you want to do is track and give the wrong answer, right? If you don't know the right question, you're not going to get the right answer. So that's super important.
So I was talking with someone earlier before we started, and they talked about surveys and how they get a ton of really useful a ton of data from surveys. Is there a balancing point where people are over-surveyed, versus getting the data that you want and need to perform better?
Yeah.
It's not balancing point, best practice. Sorry. Go ahead.
Anytime you're gonna do a survey, you need to ask yourself the question of what you're trying to solve for. And if it's because you do the survey annually or you need some updated information, probably not time to do a survey, because the most key thing for a survey is response rate. You don't have a good response rate, it's not gonna be representative of your population. So before you do that, and then also think about the questions, right? Of course, we're talking about data here. If you do free form answers, not gonna be a lot of data points. You might be able to store some, thoughts of a donor, sentiments of a volunteer, but the more you can have yes or no, rating scales 1 through 5, that's data that can be put into a system to create some really insightful reports versus just free-form answers that you have to sift through and really take a long time to process and pick out themes.
Yeah, I agree. And those are the kind of things that, as your data maturity sort of advances, that's where you can start pulling in like the predictive analytics where the system starts telling you, here are the changes you need to make to have a bigger impact on your organization, on your donor collections, and on maybe volunteers, right? So when you think about it that way, and again, as your maturity level sort of grows, that's where we start diving into AI and how much fun that is.
So, yeah, because I hear data, I think entry. Do the technology solutions now handle collecting the data and getting it directly into the lake, or is that connection? Is that RPA? What happens there?
We can do all of those things, right? So you can have integrations that are pulling stuff in. There's almost all of the ERP systems today have a mechanism to move data into a data warehouse or a data lake. Although I did hear a new term, lake house, the other day, which I thought was fascinating. You can thank Microsoft for that. So I mean, there's plenty of ways to automatically get information into a central repository. And yes, some of it can be AI. I mean, if you need something to go pull from a website that has a login, yes, you can use something like RPA, which is robotic process automation, to scrape that and pull it in, right? They can log in, get the information, and bring it back in. Including scraping information just from a public website, we can do that also. So tons of automated ways to get information.
So how does that compare with what you're seeing in reality? And then how does that, I mean, I'm sure on the spectrum it starts with manually keying it into the solutions she's talking about. Where do you see most people at, and where do they try to get to?
Yeah, honestly, most organizations, I will say, are in the very beginning of their data maturity journey, and there's a long way to go, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't start. I feel like so many organizations kind of get overwhelmed and they're like, oh my gosh, like Carmel was saying, we have data all over the place and it's not organized and I just don't even know what to do. And so it sits on the shelf and it's a project that doesn't get done or a can that gets kicked down the road, and ultimately that's just going to create more problems later. So with all this new technology, with AI, with RPA, time is now to get your data clean and usable, because you're just missing out, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the other thing, don't get overwhelmed by all of it right now, right? It doesn't have to be all consuming. You can start with smaller subsets of data and figure out how you're going to utilize that data to have an impact on your organization. If you look at the whole totality of everything in your ecosystem, yeah, we all go, oh, that's too much. I can't take that right now. That's going to be expensive. I don't have the manpower. All the things that we say when we aren't really able to do that. But if you take smaller chunks and say, okay, I'm going to go look at this segment of data. This is what I'm going to focus on. Let's just say donors, because that's what we started talking about. I'm going to focus on donor interactions. Okay, what kind of information do I need to start tracking that? And maybe it's only like 5 or 10 fields or pieces of information. Then let's go figure out how we look for that, clean that up, and start reporting on that in terms of, what kind of information do I need to glean off that. So I think you can break it down into manageable pieces and chunks to start. You don't have to feel like I have to start with everything or I can't do anything. That's not the way to sort of get this moving in the right direction.
Going off script for a minute. Great. So if you look at the rating agencies, they tend to rate the impact of an organization by the expense ratio. And people are now acknowledging that's not the right way. We need to measure social impact. Looking forward, when do you think, if you had to guess and talk about it a little bit, that the technology and the ability of the people would be able to catch up with using big data sets versus the internal programmatic to actually measure social impact? I'm sorry, I know it's a massive question.
So let me make sure I understood the question. So you're asking me, when will the people catch up with the technology?
When will we be able to report on social impact? Because we're getting the massive data sets and we're getting better computing power, machine learning, AI. Just look forward.
I mean, that is very off script. I'm just saying, no. I think it's going to be a little bit. I don't think it's decades away, probably not 5 years, but in the next 2 to 3 years, you'll probably see more of that. And it's going to depend on how our organizations start tracking that information and making sure that we're asking the right questions to get that information. If you start making those, asking those questions now and figuring out what data you have to collect to sort of gauge that social impact, I think there are ways to do that. But it's not as easy as some of the other stuff we're talking about, because now you need additional government information or public information to see, okay, now what is the actual impact I'm having on the environment, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know, what do you think of that?
I mean, I think impact metrics in general are so touchy, right? Because
Yeah.
how do you define impact? That's the question that every funder is trying to figure out because they want to translate that into dollars donated. So I don't think it's linear, but I think with these large data sets, there is going to be more of that. And so I think that's the other thing. If you're an organization sitting here like, oh my gosh, we are not doing any of this, again, it's kind of time to meet the moment because as Eric said, these rating agencies are going away from the standard financial data to really put out their ratings that honestly donors look at, ed funders look at every single day. So the wave is coming.
Thanks. That's for me. So you've talked about the 2080 rule. So you're helping organizations do development. Can you talk about what they're putting in versus what they're getting out in those buckets? And then I guess expand on that and I have some follow-up questions. The 2080 rule where they're spending 80% of their time and dollars to get 20%.
So that's the thing. If you're not using data as part of every decision you're making with a fundraising strategy, ultimately you are hoping what you choose works, and hope only works for so long, as we all know. So really figuring out how to use your data to figure out which campaign is going to give you the greatest return on investment, to figure out which appeal last year worked the best and which one worked the worst, to figure out if you should invest that money in planned giving, how many of your donors are over the age of 70. These are all questions that ultimately are data points that help drive your overall fundraising strategy and can help alleviate that 80-20 rule and hopefully flip it the other way for you so you're having a much greater return on the energy you are spending.
So then what's best practice for drafting that strategy? Because we like to do what we like to do and already know how to do. How can you use a strategy to change that mindset? Understand the data, then use it to change your internal behavior to get better external results.
Yeah. What I always tell organizations I work with, you've got to understand first where you've been. So it's time to sit down and do really a deep dive into your donor data or programmatic data or volunteer data. But here we're talking about development, so it will be donor. So it's going to be individual giving, it's going to be corporate donors, and it's going to be foundation grant funders of what's happened in the past. What's your retention look like? What's your retention look like by donor segment? What's your average donor lifetime value? If you haven't looked at these questions in the last couple of years, they've changed as the world's changed. We are in an environment of high inflation. Everybody's trying to redefine post-pandemic. So most likely your donor and ultimately your donor priorities have changed. So you've got to get really clear on where your organization has been. And the other piece that Carmel talked about a little bit is just figuring out where you're going. It's one thing to look at what happened yesterday and try to make decisions, but what can predictive analytics tell you about what your funding is going to be like? Because that's going to ultimately help you drive decisions not only on a fundraising strategy, but also an organizational strategy. If you have a huge gap and you're going to have to meet the need, things are going to have to change. You either need to get more money in or cut expenses. We all know those hard facts. So what is it going to be? Or maybe you're driving towards sustainability. Maybe you want independence and you want a large endowment so you don't have to worry about year-to-year fundraising. You could take a more strategic, multi-year approach. If you don't know what your data is telling you is going to happen in the future, you don't know how close you're going to get to that endowment. You don't know what that return needs to be. So they're all questions that your data can help you drive and answer.
Okay. So if you come up with a data strategy, how do the executive directors, the director of development work with the IT team to agree on their three vested interests on collecting the data, what to do with it, and how to act on it?
Well, I mean, I think the key there is you're looking at like everything that Morgan just talked about, right? That's your strategy level. Everything else is the execution on how we go get that, right? So if you can align on the strategy at the highest level and say, okay, our strategy is grants or some other sort of funding, having the IT folks figure out where we go get that information that's the easy part, right? So putting in a data warehouse, looking at data lakes, looking at some sort of aggregated system that is pulling that information. The technology is actually not the hard part. The harder part is then looking at all the data that's coming in and saying, is it the right data? Am I asking the right question? Do I have the data that answers that question? And if I don't, where can I go get it? Right? So the technology piece is actually the easier part of the whole thing. We can put data warehouses in all day long. They're not that hard. It's do I have the right information? Is it clean? And am I going to get the answers I think I'm asking out of that data? And if I'm not, then where do I need to go get that data? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Sorta?
Oh, yeah. All right, let's pause for the next polling question. We'll leave her up for donor engagements. How's that in line with your expectations and your experience?
It's better than my experience, which is really great. So I hope that half is more than just event RSVPs, because that really is kind of the low-hanging fruit there. But it's more, the social media metrics, the in-person volunteering stuff that's a little bit harder to get connectivity, but that's amazing that half of you are.
I guess the question is, what are you doing with it now that you have it?
That is the next step, is now that you have this great data, are we acting on it? Are we using it every day to make decisions? Which I think like 20% of people were using data to make decisions. So I think that's really the key here is if we have it, how do we utilize it better? And what tools are out there in the marketplace that can help me synthesize all this data?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of them, right? So you've got Power BI and Snowflake, and I mean, we could rattle off like 10 or 15 of them that are decent reporting tools to basically put a face on that reporting. But again, it's only as good as the question you're asking. So it's really all about where is it, and so now that you're capturing it, what do you do with it?
How often should we ask ourselves that question?
Every day.
Every day.
Well, I mean, I think it changes, to Morgan's point, right? So you might have been asking one question pre-pandemic. You might have been asking a different question during the pandemic, and we're probably asking a different question now, right? So I think you have to look at it as your organization morphs and grows and tries to follow your overall mission with what's happening in the greater landscape. The question is going to change a little bit. And then, am I actually capturing all the data that I need to answer the new question, or do I have to start collecting some different information to have input into that question? So, I mean, I think you probably want to look at, am I asking the right questions? Do I have the right data to answer those questions, once or twice a year easily?
Is once or twice a year feasible for the typical nonprofit?
Actually,
Well, there's no typical nonprofit.
There is no typical nonprofit, but almost every nonprofit I talk to doesn't have enough time or staff or manpower. So I think, Carmel, as organizations try to figure out how to adopt some of these things we're talking about, who do they call? Like, I'm putting myself back in my executive director shoes. Like, what is my first step?
Yeah, I think consulting with somebody who can help you either craft a strategy or pull in the right technology and advise on how you get that data and what smaller pieces of it you're going to start with is really helpful, right? So we certainly do some exercises around design thinking to get folks aligned on what are their priorities, what are we going to focus on in terms of our data and what questions we're going to ask and what problem we're trying to address. And if you can get alignment there, then you can actually start executing. And again, you don't have to do everything at once. Get alignment on the handful of top priorities, and then what are we going to do? What data do we need to tackle that first priority? And then here's how we're going to implement, right? And whether the implementation becomes, it doesn't always all have to be, I have to have a new data warehouse. Sometimes it's, we already have that information. Now I just need to pull it in a way that makes sense for the organization to read it. I think, as you grow and scale and you have larger footprints, then it starts to make sense to do data warehouse, data lake, that kind of thing. But it doesn't always have to start there. And lots of organizations already have tools like this. They're just not using them effectively, right? So that's the other thing that we can come in and help with and be like, listen, okay, you've got this. This is great. Now let's tweak it a little bit so that it's going to be beneficial for you instead of a yesterday reporting tool.
So I see that as the biggest obstacle, because the technology is not hard. The director of development, the ED, is going to be all in on the data. How do we get the programmatic people and the actual people that are doing all the work to use the data and understand it's there? How many times have you provided a beautiful dashboard that nobody looks at. So how do you get past that, Morgan?
I think it's really, driving the culture from the top down. I think it starts at simple things as the board reporting package shouldn't be pages of financial statements. It shouldn't be pages of Excel reports. It needs to be visual. It needs to be graphics. Same thing with management team meetings. It shouldn't be numbers in an Excel sheet. It should be visuals, easy to understand, sound bites. And I think when both of those two key constituent groups see how much better this is, the buy-off is there and the staff is going to buy off on it because they see how much easier it is to have these strategic conversations with visual graphical representations versus trying to narrate through an Excel sheet.
Pages of numbers.
Yeah, those are my favorite.
Well, the other thing that the graphics do for you is it allows you to really look at it and you can collect input and feedback from the team around, are we actually answering the question that we asked? Is this really the answer that we asked the question of? And is it the right question, right? And so when I'm looking through the numbers, okay, I looked through 10, that's great, move on. But if you have a graphical interface where you can see, okay, this is red, green, yellow, whatever.
Right.
Now you're going, okay, wait a minute. Why would this be, if this is all the data we have, and it's telling us this, based on the question that I asked, how is that not working out the way how is that not the outcome I thought I was going to get, right? And now you can go back and tweak and be like, okay, something's not right here. Either we don't have the right data or we asked the wrong question, right? But that's where you get to sort of start massaging what you're asking, what data you have, and how you're interpreting that data, or how the system's interpreting it for you, if you're super advanced.
Yeah, do you often see when you roll out a data set, a data tool, that the data has questioned or lack of credibility?
Yes. We'll typically on initial rollouts of systems and or reporting tools, what people think they need reporting on when they first go through like a testing cycle, right? So we put all our data in and they start all data, whatever data they decided they were going to put in there. They'll look at it the first time and go, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, tell me what that means. Let's talk about that a little bit, right? How do we then look at that differently? We go add some additional pieces of information. It changes what the outcome is on the report. It's more inclusive. And then you can start going, okay, now I understand the question and I'm getting the response I think I'm going to get. Or we realize that your other reports were wrong and way off. And no, this actually is where you're at. And so you've just been reporting incorrectly for however long. I actually worked at a company that did that, so that's super fun. Not fun to explain.
No,
not Armanino, to be clear, right?
No, it was not. It was a long time ago. Yeah, great. Thank you.
So, okay, so you work through the credibility. There's the implementation. Are there any other challenges or obstacles that you see organizations or nonprofits facing once they go all in and try to roll this out?
Keeping things clean, right? I think the other thing is continuous improvement on this, right? And making sure that the question you asked today may not be the question that you ask tomorrow. So I think keeping those kind of things in mind is going to be key and an area that we see on a regular basis. What about you?
Yeah, I think with that is having somebody internally or somebody you bring in from the outside that's trained to make changes to your system that knows what they're doing. Too many times I've worked with clients that are, oh, well, we just tweaked this one field and all of a sudden we can't pull any of our reports. I'm like, oh. And knowing what the impact of those changes to your data system is going to be before you make them.
Well, and that's why you need data governance, right? So Susie always wants this field to look like this. And so if somebody changed Susie's field and that's the wrong answer.
Susie doesn't have reports anymore.
Right, exactly. And so I think that's why you need the governance strategy to sort of say, listen, if we're going to change a report or change how we're reporting on something, people are looking at the full impact of what that means, right? If you're adding or changing fields or data sets, the impact is not just to the one person that asked for it. So they need to understand the whole ecosystem and how that rolls up.
So required fields and only drop-downs to control the data.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Close.
Single select, you can have that too.
The single select. Okay, so there's the outcomes that we would expect, but do you see any changes on employee morale, staff retention, like unexpected or other unexpected, unrelated benefits from having a data-driven culture?
You want to take that first?
Yeah, I'll take this one first. Fundraiser burnout. Let's talk about that. That was huge. I'm sure everybody here is still feeling it from the pandemic, right? That was a very hard time to be working at a nonprofit. Nobody knew what the future was going to bring. And there was a lot of hesitation about nonprofits in general existing in the future, a lot of mergers, a lot of combinations, and everybody was super competitive for what felt like such a limited amount of dollars, not to mention everything else going on in the world. And so fundraisers are still leaving the field in massive waves, and it's going to be a huge crisis that all organizations are going to face. I think we talk about this all the time. In our world, the average tenure for a development director is 18 months. 18 months. Wow. Not only does that cost your organization in, hiring, training, getting them up to speed and onboarding, but what about all the asks that aren't going on during that time or the lack of strategy continuity? So having tools in place that can make your fundraising team make the right asks at the right time and not have to wade through a bunch of data or not have to guess, or you can be effective in their roles, is going to decrease burnout, which ultimately, as we all know, increases employee satisfaction and hopefully tenure. So this is huge when you're thinking about what's coming your way in the next 24 to 36 months, especially with this potential season of economic volatility that I know we've been talking about for a couple of years, but it's still here and the sentiments are still there.
Yeah, and I think you asked earlier about, how do we pull out all that information into one place for people to access? I think automating that and not having like swivel chair data entry, okay, I got to pull it from here, I got to put it in over here, then it plugs out over here. I think thinking about ways to do that is going to be key to ensure that folks are adopting and are seeing the value, right? And so, but I do think that once they see it, we often get brought back to like, okay, this was super helpful. I need to do the next thing, right? Whatever the next thing is, right? And there's probably 5 or 6 things that are super impactful there. We've talked about all of them today: the data governance, the system, the cleansing, all of that stuff. What's the right question to ask? We can help you do that. But I think, once you actually see the results, that's when we start getting the buy-in.
So you see the results, and we've kind of been talking about the past. Can we use the data to predict the future yet, or is that still out there a little ways?
No, you can. I mean, it's certainly, we're able to create learning models and predictive analytics with subsets of data. So again, you don't have to do this with your entire data set. You can do this with subsets of data. We take the donor data as an example, and you could create predictive models that say, okay, you've got donors that have feelings about certain types of campaigns, and if you do this kind of campaign next, you will get this percentage of donor, right, involvement or activity or dollar number, right? So you can actually create learning models that do that. And again, it doesn't have to be on your whole data set. It can be on subsets of data that are just really important to you. And that's why that sort of alignment at the top makes a whole lot of sense to figure out what you're going to start with.
Yeah, that's specifically interesting when you talk about capital campaigns or doing something like that, a special one-off campaign. What participation rate can you expect from donors? And that's where these predictive analytics can come in so key when you're doing something like a feasibility study, is what is the data really telling us versus just donor interviews or maybe just a consultant's opinion?
Yeah, absolutely.
So could someone that's using this for recurring donations, what kind of head start or leveling up could they get for a capital campaign by using that existing data? Or could they, or do they have to go external for doing predictive analytics for a capital campaign?
Well, it's an interesting question. If you are only using internal data, you're assuming that all your capital campaign donors are going to come just internal. So you'd want to use both, and there'd be a couple different ways you'd want to look at that. But without getting too technical, having a good understanding of your current donors and what motivates them to give is going to be a key to assessing viability of a capital campaign.
Okay. All right, so we've got predictive, we've got, it can help with campaigns. Covered why you should do it. I think the next step is, how do you get started? How do you get buy-in? Who do you need buy-in from? How do you roll this out? Because We know nonprofits love change as much as every other organization. Not anticipating any friction here.
Yeah, no friction at all. Hopefully some of the stuff we've talked about today gives everybody good food for thought of why this is important, why this matters in the future, and why it's really time for organizations to, meet the data moment ultimately. But I think with anything, it's got to come from the management team bringing it to the board and getting that buy-off and really explaining what the return is going to be on this, why this is. But also, we've talked about this a couple times today, it's one thing to implement, but how is it going to be managed? What does this look like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now? How does this scale with the organization? Or better yet, how does this help the organization scale? I think that's what I would love to hear as a board member and would really get my buy-off.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And I think getting help creating that vision and strategy to then go present to the board is probably key.
Yeah, I mean, people, process, technology, that's what we talk about all the time with
That's
our
right.
clients, and this all really brings that together into what it could turn out to be.
Yeah.
Is there a minimum technology stack that you have to do it?
You have to be collecting the data somewhere. We have to be able to get to it. That's pretty much it.
What if it's in Excel?
It can be in Excel. Yeah, Excel's a viable tool. I would say try not to put everything in Excel, but I certainly have a number of clients where the majority of their data lives in Excel, and we've got ways to bring that into a repository that then we can, even if it's SharePoint, that we can then create predictive models and machine learning on top of Excel data in a specific repository. So,
Are there any obstacles with client-based technology?
yes and no. As long as everything is, most client-based technology is built on something that we've seen before, meaning the underlying code is written in C#, whatever, right? Ruby, Rails, whatever it is. So Java, we can usually get to that, right? It's actually harder when you've got programs that have closed off areas that we can't actually get to and don't have open APIs or that kind of thing. There are still ways to get to that data utilizing things like RPA that can actually log in and get it from the actual website. So,
Okay. Should we throw it open to audience questions?
yeah, let's do it.
We have one. No, I think we'll save that one for the last polling. Oh, that's a great question. Talk about the cost-benefit analysis, and is there a standard or a rough standard for return on investment?
We definitely have a model that we can bring to the table when we look at the ROI. So you can take, okay, here's how much this engagement would cost, and here's what we think the benefit is going to be from like a donor or campaign, if let's just say it's a campaign, for a successful campaign and what we think that's going to be, and we can create ROI models for that. I don't have a specific one off the top of my head, but certainly we have those, and we have used them with a number of clients on a number of projects.
So Morgan, what do you see? Like, what's the, I don't want to call it emotional, but when it feels like how long till you feel like you've got something out of putting the investment of time in versus a quantifiable number?
I think when you see something that you've never seen before happen, right? That's when you feel like you've got the return on the investment. And so maybe it's the new campaign, maybe it's bringing in a new donor, maybe it's a new donor from a geographic area that you aren't even a part of. I think when that's something new and different happens is when you're like, okay, this is why we did this.
So someone's asking, what is RPA? RPA is robotic process automation. And if you think about RPA, think about it as maybe like a digital worker. So a robot, software robot in this case, that can go do some of the manual tasks that are happening in your organization today. Whether that's donor reconciliations, right? So they have to go get information from disparate locations. The RPA digital worker can go do that. We actually have organizations that have named them. One of them named it Fabio, which is fantastic. And if you're here for the next session, we will talk about this again. But yeah, that's what RPA is.
Yeah, doesn't Fabio win Employee of the Month?
almost every month.
Almost every month.
Fabio doesn't call in sick. Fabio's not cranky. Fabio works 24/7. It's fantastic.
Yeah, so my team doesn't do as much with the data as the processing, and we find that the RPA, the robotic process automation, is great for anything that is rote. You do it if you do it always the same way, always at the same time. If you can document it, you can automate that, and that has amazing effects on employee morale.
I think we have a question in the audience.
Okay, this is a little loaded. My organization is in a weird situation where the board is bought in, the executive team is bought in, the development team is bought in, and the programs team. Everyone is bought in. But everyone wants to wait. It's capacity. It's time. There's 100 reasons why we shouldn't do this now. And I feel like, no, I don't feel, I know that the longer we wait, the further, the messier our data is getting. And I'm trying to figure out. So I'm not having a problem getting everyone to buy in because we have flashes of brilliance, like on our development team, collecting data and being able to use it. But across the organization, our data is disparate. Like it doesn't tie to each other. It's a pain trying to connect it. How do you, I don't know what to do. Like, where do you go from here? Like, how do you make it clear that doing this changes everything else?
Yeah. Doing this does change everything else. So, if you've got buy-in like that, I think there are a couple of good ways to start. One is looking at like an assessment on, okay, here, building the roadmap on how you would actually go execute this, right? And all the steps that would entail. And then that could also build out your cost. But we're doing that with a number of organizations right now where they know they need to do something. They're not always sure what they need to do. And so we'll go in and assess, okay, here's what you have. Here's where you're telling us you want to go. And here's a roadmap on how to get there. And then these are the tools that you might need to put in place or leverage if you already have them. And here's like a governance policy that we could talk about and get your, yeah, okay.
I think the other thing with that, I heard the first statement you led with, they want to wait because of capacity. Well, having these disparate systems and having to do all these manual reconciliations, that's hurting capacity every day.
Right.
So maybe in the short term, this is going to be more of a time investment on staff time. But what is that payoff going to look like? How do we change the conversation to not what it's going to, cost us and the hardships in the next 12 months? What does it look like 36 months from now when we're in this new world using data, ultimately having better results?
Because if you don't start, you'll never make it. Yeah.
I think sometimes, so often the why and the what are the hardest. Like, why should we make this change? You've got those out of the way. I think we've all received instructions from someone above us to say what they want to do, why they want to do it, and then they leave out the how completely. And sometimes you need to bring somebody in that only does that, and maybe they serve as that project manager, that objective third party to say this is what we see as best practices. And they make it really pedantic. I'm an accountant, right? I love a pedantic checklist. Like, these are all the steps. Because that's kind of the thing. You've got through the governance, you've got the buy-in, you've got the strategy. Now what? Where do you start, right? So then, do you start with the least amount of effort or the biggest amount of impact? I always like to go least amount of effort so I can show some traction, some momentum, and kind of build up through that, because then you get some success and some even more buy-in from the people that are actually doing it and don't know where to start.
I think proof of concept type things are also really good if you're trying something new, right? You can do a proof of concept that is, again, a subset of stuff just to sort of prove the point that this can work, and here's how you would take it to the next level.
Okay. Thank you. That was really good.
Great question.
Okay, we have one last wrap-up polling question. All right. As a result of the session, are you planning to make any changes to your data management or government strategy? Governance, not government, sorry.
75% of people are saying yes.
Love to see it.
That's fantastic. Yay to you all. All right.
Well, thank you both very much. I know I've learned quite a bit today.
Thanks for having
I
us.
appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So we've arrived at the last session of our symposium today, Emerging Technology and Risk Management. It's great to have such an energizing topic, the last session of the day. It's 4 p.m. here on the East Coast, so for everybody in this room, we are the only thing standing in your way of happy hour or after work plans. If you're on the West Coast on Pacific time frame, it's just after lunch, so we've got a lot of great content to make sure that you're not falling asleep or anything. So this next panel is going to explore the practical ways that nonprofit organizations can leverage and apply emerging technologies, AI, and how to manage associated risks in today's world, today's environment. The last panel is sponsored by G2 Insurance. G2 Insurance specializes in providing insurance and risk management solutions to mid and large-sized nonprofit organizations, with clients such as the Sierra Club, Human Rights Campaign, and San Francisco Symphony. Their team of advisors offers customized property and casualty insurance, employee benefits, retirement solutions, and risk management advice to nonprofits across the country. It's a boutique broker with a focus on high-touch client service, client education, and relentless claims of advocacy that have resulted in positive outcomes for their clients. G2 delivers a tailored customer experience will help your organization thrive. Just one reminder here for polls. There's 4 more polls in this session, the last panel, so make sure that you put in your response to all of those so that you can get your CPE credit. And now I'd like to introduce the moderator for today's panel, Jeff Owens. Jeff is a partner at Armanino in our Dallas, Texas office and has over 24 years of serving nonprofit organizations. Jeff is passionate about helping nonprofit organizations grow and maximize their effectiveness so that they can positively impact their communities. Jeff serves on the Armanino nonprofit leadership team, and he serves as a board chair of the large North Texas private schools. Welcome Jeff up to the stage with me, and I will hand it over to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it. Well, we made it. It's been a great symposium. I hope all the content's been rich. I hope you're learning a whole lot. Thanks to our friends online and our live watching parties for sticking around. Again, I'm grateful for y'all being here, and hopefully this content was great. So I've got a great panel for you guys this afternoon. I think we're going to wrap it up with a really exciting panel today. As Stacy mentioned, this panel is going to explore some of the practical ways that nonprofit organizations can leverage emerging technologies such as AI to really mitigate a lot of the risks that organizations are facing. So let me talk about this real quick for a second. AI, it's kind of a ubiquitous term. We hear about it all the time, like in our personal lives, our professional lives, but I'm not really sure how much we're utilizing it on a daily basis. So I wanted to kick this off with a polling question. Polling question 1, what level of interaction have you had with AI? Little to none. I use it occasionally. It impacts me almost daily. Or who is this Al guy that everybody's talking about? So we'll let everybody take a few seconds to respond to that. I don't see a whole lot of responses for Al yet, so that's great. At least we know a little bit about, oh, there's one. So, all right, well, hopefully our panelists today can maybe introduce us to Al. And so I'm going to ask them to come out now. So I've got Boris and Carmel coming out to join me here. And they're going to come out and join me. And while they're getting situated here, I'd really love for them to maybe spend a few minutes going over their roles, their practice areas, and we can get to know them a little bit as well. So Boris, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Background, practice area.
Yep, background and practice area.
3 phases of my career, decade of non-technical roles in technology companies, very large systems integrators down to spin-offs of early stage tech companies in the late 90s. Took a break to get an MBA, actually up the street here, so good to come back. And then kind of fell into, not by design, but by circumstance, fell into the private equity industry and spent about a decade plus in private equity, mostly focused on India, industry agnostic investments. In around 2015, I started doing a nonprofit leadership role at Autism Speaks, then some early stage venture development, and 2.5 years ago, the Jewish Federation of Greater Houston, which happens to be the organization that brought my family, sponsored my family to come over from the Soviet Union in 1980, coincidentally was looking for, as the then CEO put it to me, a person that can do this kind of stuff, transform a 40-ish year old nonprofit into a more modern organization. And I said, well, I happen to know how to do that kind of stuff, and why not? So it's just a very serendipitously timed thing. So the Federation, for anyone that doesn't know, is one of about 150 similar organizations across North America. We're a large intermediate. There are various sizes, but any city you can think of probably has a federation in it. We do giving locally, nationally, and internationally for Jewish causes, and I'm the CFOO there. So
CFOO.
Yeah, as I joke, it's the CFO. Oh, that's also part of the job. That's what I do.
There's always parts of the role, right?
Yeah.
That's maybe not in the job description. All right, thanks, Boris. Carmel, how about you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so I'm a partner here at Armanino. I've been here for almost 11 years now. I run our business analytics and automation group. Before coming to Armanino, I was actually a client, and I was a CIO of a company called Network Equipment Technologies, and did that for 7 or 8 years. And then I ran IT, part of IT for Guitar Center. No, I did not work in a store, and I do not play the guitar, but
just no Stairway to Heaven, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows that. Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for both sharing your background. Very different backgrounds, different roles.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I've noticed in talking to you guys outside as well as in here and hearing about your background, you have this constant theme of technology kind of running right between both of the things that you do. So that's very interesting. There's a lot of talk about new tools and technologies, right? We've heard a lot of it today in this symposium. I'm sure we're hearing all these new tools and technologies out there trying to solve all the world's problems that we're facing, right? But I think it's probably good that before we take a deep dive into this panel conversation, I think it's a good idea to maybe stop and ask ourselves, what is ultimately the problem that we're trying to solve for? All these new tools are out there, but what's the point? What are we trying to use these for? To mitigate some of these risks, as I mentioned, that we're going to talk about today. So what better way than to kick this off with another polling question and ask the audience kind of what some of the issues are that you're seeing in your organization. So what are the issues you're most concerned with today? Staffing or workforce retention, resource constraints, fundraising, data privacy and cybersecurity, or board engagement or alignment? We'll give everybody a few seconds to finish their responses. See a lot about staffing and workforce retention. Mm-hmm. I know that that's a constant theme for everybody these days in particular. All right, give it a few more seconds.
Looks about right.
Yep. Directionally correct, as I like to say. All right, well, we'll pause the polling question now, but some of the top challenges that I know we've talked about today in this symposium, and we've heard around other symposiums that we've been a part of, or just through our professional lives, we've heard a lot of challenges around constituents, right? How are we engaging donors? How are we engaging volunteers to give more of their precious time and their precious resources? A lot of challenges around the community. How are we demonstrating an impact?
Yeah.
How are we demonstrating that social impact, that financial impact, the programmatic impact that we have as an organization? And then, as we just saw in the polling question, I'm sure everybody can relate to this, talent, recruiting, retention. How are we serving the people that work with us, work for us, that are tirelessly out there serving the mission of the nonprofit? How are we serving them? So, Boris, I might kick this part over to you, if you don't mind. Do these challenges that we saw in the polling question and maybe that I just went through, do those resonate with you as somebody who's, got boots on the ground and you see this on a daily basis?
They do, and whether it's a good or bad thing, I said that in 2015 I left private equity and I was with Autism Speaks, and Federation is more recent. Unfortunately, the issues haven't changed much. And while fundraising, I look at fundraising as one item, but fundraising to me is really engagement generally. So whether that is giving your impact or getting dollars, there's a constituent attention. I think of it as a constituent attention issue. There's what I've seen is a shift in the way people want to give and participate. If there was 20 or 30 years ago, there was more of an amorphous, generalized giving approach. I kind of trust an organization. I trust my United Way, and I know they do the right thing. I'm just going to write the check.
Sure.
The younger generation, and whether that's younger generation wealth transfer or younger wealth creation, is more specific and more targeted in the way they want to engage and the way they want to give. That's what I've seen. So that has impact on the talent side, which has to stay engaged, stay focused, stay relevant to whatever the constituent wants, and not get burnt out and feel like they're part of the mission. You had asked me this question around, talent generally on a different topic, and it kind of triggered the fact that the difference, this is a generalization, the difference between for-profit and nonprofit, the people who staff nonprofit are generally more mission, ethos, philosophy driven. For-profit is a little bit different. But gross generalization. If you ask a personality type that is philosophically ethos impact driven to do mundane and administrative procedural things, they are not happy. It's not why they want to be in the organization. Sure. No one really likes to do it, but they especially don't like to do it in the nonprofit industry. The more you can ease that administrative burden, the better for the talent. And I think the translation of not easing that burden is, one, they don't really like they end up not liking what they're doing. Two, they get burnt out because they've got this stuff that they have to do to meet your, call it corporate administrative demands, while also meeting all these much more specific donor needs. And so between those two, you get these talent issues, talent retention, talent loss issues, and everyone knows that that's institutional knowledge lost, that is, operational interruption. So between talent and donor engagement, those are the two main areas that stick out there for me.
Yeah.
Carmel, you've seen more than just nonprofit, but you can touch on.
I think that resonates across the board to all kinds of industries. Certainly in nonprofit, we see that as well. I agree with your statement that the folks that are working in nonprofit are doing it because they want to make a difference. That's something that is super important to them, or they wouldn't be doing it, right? So, and I do think that there's the mundane tasks and dual entry and data mining and finding information to report on so that you can have that interaction with those donors is a tedious task that we can certainly make easier.
But I'm curious, as I said it, I'll challenge myself, which is, now that I think about back to the private equity days, the talent that we were dealing with, and if you think about kind of the philosophical alignment that newer talent into organizations wants to have, they actually want to have a philosophical alignment with their organization. So there are bleedings, like the human bleed of I want to do the right thing. While it's more pronounced in nonprofit and has always been, it is now much more prominent in the for-profit industry as well, now that I think about it. So that mundane stuff has nothing to do with, I feel really connected to the organization.
Yeah, and listen, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, man, I can't wait to re-enter the same information I entered yesterday into that system again.
I do.
Woohoo! That says a lot about you, Jeff. So I think, if we can find ways to help folks alleviate that work still has to get done. It's super important. It's not that it's going to go away. It's just, is there a way to do that more efficiently by using the technology that's available today?
Yeah.
That maybe wasn't available a few years ago, right? Or certainly not as pervasive and at such a low barrier to entry.
Well, that's it. The barriers are
literally
in the last 5 years have just collapsed.
Exactly.
SaaS tools and stuff like that. Again, I will geek out. You and I were chatting. I will always geek out about technological solutions because that's just what I've grown up with. But it is phenomenally easier now than it used to be.
Yeah.
Much more accessible.
For sure.
Well, I love the message that you guys are putting out there, getting our people who are altruistic, who are wanting to serve their communities, taking them out of the weeds and putting them on the front line of the mission field. That's where they're going to find the most satisfaction. That's where we're going to minimize our turnover, right? And really support our mission even stronger and better.
And that's where they're going to find the organization will get more out of them.
Right.
And I mean, I even remember actually, so what I didn't mention is at the Federation, we have 2 projects for full disclosure with Armanino. We just are probably on the last week of an accounting outsourcing fully and an accounting system that we stood up over the last 6-ish months. And we're in the middle of a CRM project that you all are doing for Microsoft Dynamics. And I remember part of even the selection of the firm, this is a nod to you all, that you had your volunteer day and the demonstration of the CRM system was the landing page you had for how you signed up your staff for your volunteer day. I distinctly remember this. And it speaks to, yes, you have a large nonprofit focus, but as a firm, professional services, for-profit or not, if you want to have that engagement with talent, you've got to make the space. You know, Google's 20% time, do whatever you want, go volunteer for Armanino. You have to have that avenue that lets people feel the impact, even if you're not an actual nonprofit.
Yeah.
And Boris and I were joking in the green room that if he dropped the name Armanino in this presentation, that it was going to cost me $100. So I hope this doesn't get too expensive for us.
Well, Armanino has put on a fantastic show, and Armanino really, it's just, you know, it's like a third arm to have with you, that Armanino. I just love it. Sorry.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll buy you 5 cheesesteaks. That's great. Okay, so if these are some of the problems, and I agree, I mean, I see that too in my service to nonprofits, that these are some of the problems. So I think we need to start asking ourselves, okay, what are some of the solutions out there to help solve for these issues? So I think it's always great to ask the audience first before asking our panelists. So we're going to jump into our third polling question real quick, which is, what kind of technology is your organization utilizing today? Now, I get that there may be multiple tools here that you're leveraging. Maybe pick the one that's having the biggest impact on your organization today. But CRM such as Salesforce, Blackbaud, or budgeting and planning tools like Workday Adaptive Planning, generative AI, which I can't wait to talk more about that here in a second, but ChatGPT, Google Board, Jasper AI, tools like that, or bots or digital workers. I think I need to get a bot, maybe.
Everyone needs a bot.
I need a bot. Will it help do my expense report for me?
Yeah.
Carmel? Okay, well, I need to get one tomorrow. And then if you have some other tools that you're using that maybe aren't represented there, if you just want to drop it in the chat, we'd love to hear from you as to what you're using there. So give it a few more seconds. Looks like quite the crew is using CRM tools. See a little bit there with budgeting and planning tools as well. Got to have a great budget. So it's awesome. All right, just give it a few more seconds. Give everybody a chance to respond and earn those CPE credits.
A few people are dabbling with generative AI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks like
It's good to see.
Yeah, and if you want
or the bot is answering the question
Right,
for
exactly.
them. I don't really know. Yeah.
I could set up a bot to take CPE courses.
There you go.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now we're talking. All right, so if you want to drop in even what types of generative AI tools you're using, how you're utilizing it in the chat, we'd love to see that too as well. Okay, so let's close that polling question and let's jump into some of the meat here that we came here to talk about today. So Carmel, I'm going to start with you on this one. So some of these tools that we talked about in the polling question, we've talked about in other sessions today, I think, at least for me, it's kind of a word soup, right? There's all these different, RPAs, LLMs, predictive analytics, all these things. I'm not quite sure what those are. And maybe what will help us today is if maybe you could start high level, explaining what some of those items are, and then maybe we can jump down into the weeds on each one and then look at the practical applications of those.
Sure. So let's just go in order. And for those of you who were at the last session, you get to hear this part again. So RPA, robotic process automation. And you think about that, it's software. And we think of those as digital workers, right? So a bot can replicate actions that a human is taking inside of the software. They can log into things, they can enter data, they can fetch data, they can consolidate information. So the bot can do all of those things, right? So think about that as a digital worker.
Okay.
LLMs or generative AI, large language models, ChatGPT, Bard, all of those. Think of those as a helper, right? They're helping you research and collect information very quickly. One of the examples we use is if you do searches in Google, you will get an answer or a bunch of answers that then you have to go research and dig into and find out which one's the right one and compare them and contrast them. You can ask a large language model or generative AI to do that for you, right? So it allows you to ask questions, dig in deeper, ask more questions, and it will do the work for you, reducing your time to do the research, as an example. And then predictive analytics is really taking your data and putting it in such a way that it can start working for you and thus telling you what decisions to make to alter your future, right? So today we have, and machine learning can be wrapped up in all of that, where these things can all learn from the patterns and things that are happening with that data. Is that helpful? Want to add anything to that?
No, I think you framed it very nicely. And, you know, if you sort of think of anything, this is how I've thought about the things that you're calling RPA, anything you could have a training video for, and that when you onboard someone, they are just trained to, here, do this. This is your function task. I don't know a thing, and that doesn't involve sit back and just think about it for a while. That is just your plain RPA, like you said. It's just repeating. For us, I'll share an example that we've got some HR stuff we've done. We've got some accounting, finance stuff we've done that is pretty much RPA, plain vanilla. It is when you submit an invoice, I don't want to have someone sit there and take the invoice, put it into the inbox of my AP payment system. I just want it to go there. I want it to be pre-coded for me because the system knows when you show me something, every time you show it to me, right around in the upper corner, I see the invoice number. I don't need to pay someone to sit there and look at that for me. It will grab it, put it in the right place, and basically prepare the information for me. I still have someone reviewing it. It still flows up to me. I submit it. I submit it for payment. But that basic process is not a value additive as what I could be doing with that person's time. And I think it's an important distinction, at least that I've found, because when I think about these things, there is a lot of trepidation. There's a lot of concern of what does this all mean? What's the word soup? I think conflated in there is sometimes what does this mean for the jobs I've got in my organization? And I don't look at it as taking away jobs. It is, rather than doing this, I'd rather you do the engagement stuff. That is value additive, right? That is the thing that's going to take the organization forward. So I look at it as a substitution, not a discontinuation of the function, to your point that it's got to get done.
I love what you said, Carmel, about predictive analytics altering our future. Right?
Yeah.
And maybe finding some patterns that we wouldn't have normally seen because we're humans and we have limitations, and allowing these models to step in and really enable us to go down a path that may be more fruitful, even though we don't readily see it.
Yeah.
So let's maybe, if we could, and I know Boris started to touch on this a little bit, but maybe we could take a little deeper dive, if you don't mind, on RPAs, like practically speaking, what would we utilize in RPA? Boris, you mentioned, invoice processing, which I've seen a lot of that. But in terms of like augmenting or extending our workforce, and again, getting them out of the weeds and into the mission field, what are some of the things you've seen, Carmel?
We've seen a bunch of things. We do a lot of work with nonprofits and family offices. And so one of the things we've seen is we've got an organization that is actually using it to collect all of the investments. So they log into multiple locations, which a human used to do. This organization saved 700 hours of time a year.
How many people is that?
Well, it was one person doing it, so she hated her job.
Didn't feel connected to the mission?
No, not at all. And so we can log into all the systems that she was pulling that information from. It reconciles and collates all that information. And then it actually created the journal entries for her to post it in their ERP system. And if it doesn't tie out, it can escalate, right? So it can have workflows. I think the other examples I've got a number of organizations that have their systems or whatever they're getting from their vendors are all PDF files. So maybe they're mailing them in, emailing them in. We've got bots that will go and pull those and then read the PDF files, turn them into a file format that can be consumed into a system, and then it'll consume that into an ERP, for example, to then create journals for payment, vendor payment, things like that. So there are a number of facets that you can utilize this for. And for those of you who were here earlier, we had an organization named their bot Fabio. I've got another organization that this isn't going to date me, but Daryl and their other brother Daryl, and they just want to keep bringing on Daryls, right? So that's the beauty of some of these tools too, is you identify the business process that really makes sense to start with. And we talked about this a little bit in the data session, that you don't have to start big, you can start small. So find the 1 or 2 business processes that you think are super manual. Let's go chart those out. We can do, you can do something where you say, okay, I'm gonna turn on RPA or a digital worker for this, and see how it goes. See what how quickly that happens, and the benefit you get from it. And typically when we do that, the clients usually come back and go, okay, I thought of 5 more things that I would like to do with this, because it's a huge productivity gain, right? And like we talked about at the beginning, if we can have the people that are doing that rote work that is repetitive, stop doing that and focus on more strategic and altruistic things that are going to have a higher impact for the organization and for their, well-being. Yeah. Now those folks are now having a much bigger impact on your organization. Your organization is feeling that. And Fabio and Daryl never get sick. They don't call in. They work 24/7. They're never cranky. It's fantastic.
Well, and also no human error. I mean, we kind of glossed over the fact that once you train it, it's near perfect.
Right. Yeah,
other than the exceptions.
I was going to mention that, Boris, like as an auditor, right? I mean, I can see the severe, significant reduction in audit risk, right? Providing better, cleanly, more timely data, right? That's not dependent upon an employee who may be sick or missed a deadline or something like that. Not just giving employees their ability to achieve their highest and best use, but truly transforming the clarity of the information within our organization.
Yeah, and it provides audit trails. So
that's the point. That look, we had this conversation with our auditors when I came in, and we had a slightly different approach, but before I was there, and I said, look, I can probably pictorialize how these processes are going to work, and they just lit up. Wow, we love pictures. Well, pictures in an organization as a process manual that has people doing all the stuff, they probably get it right, but if you tell a computer or a bot to do it pictorially, it will always do it based on the picture. It will never deviate unless it finds the problem that you say, serve it up to me, and then you're really troubleshooting versus rinse, repeat, the same thing every time.
Yep.
Well, Boris, as we were prepping for this panel, you mentioned using RPAs maybe with some of your HR.
Yeah, HR as well, right. Yeah, so I mean, the reality for us is we have a particular tool that we use, but there is a lot of trigger-based activity that when someone applies, aside from the intake process of you've submitted a resume and we can instantly grab all of the relevant pieces, just the flow of the sequencing. So if you think of it just kind of a drip marketing approach, the flow of the interaction with the candidate is curated to the person. Obviously, you can craft all the messaging you want. That's easy. But it's also paced to where you as a team can take your time, the candidate feels engaged, and so we use it for that. The conversion of that into them getting on board is basically seamless because that's, it's all curated in the system. So we've used it for HR, and the people who I've hired through that, when they have come in, have all, to a person, said, we thought you had a 4 to 5 person HR department, and that is me with a couple of buttons. And we're a 35 person organization, so I can't have 5 people focused on HR.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I imagine everybody listening to the RPA conversation thinks, wow, this is something I would love to implement. Is this cost effective? I mean, how do we go about doing something like this?
It's extremely cost effective. This one is the one that is the best starting point.
Yeah, this is the easiest one.
Yeah, it's the easiest one to implement. It's the most cost effective, and you really get a pretty big bang for the buck if you pick the right process, right? So again, it's all about identifying the manual processes that are happening that you can automate and set and forget, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about RPAs.
Yep.
Let's pivot and talk about LLMs, large language models. So I think you gave us a good explanation of what that was around like Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I was actually in the car the other day and my wife was texting somebody and I looked at her, I was like, who are you texting? She's like, oh, Chat GPT. I'm asking it a question. I don't Google anything anymore.
Right.
I ask it, I ask Chat GPT. So I found that interesting. But maybe if you could give us some examples of how you've seen this applied with your clients.
Yeah, there's a number of them, right? So ChatGPT is available in the wild, in the public right now, right? So you can go there and log in and ask it all kinds of questions. We actually worked with an education firm recently to do a job description for them, right? And you can hone in on, and it left out some training capabilities and looking at diversity and a few of those other things. And so we put that in as we built the job description. It was 2 or 3 additional questions and then bang, you've got a job description, right? So that's one example. But that technology can also be harnessed and used inside of your infrastructure as well. You can do what's called fencing. And so you basically close it off and it's only looking at the data that you point it to. And at Armanino, we actually did it with our HR handbook. So now people can interact with like a chat bot and ask HR questions. And we asked, as part of the testing we were going through, we asked it about our time off policy. And so it gave back the time off policy. And then I said, but what if we're not a salaried employee? That's a different policy. It gave that. And then I said, that's not fair. And then it gave me a really nice answer. And we all started laughing that that's probably a better answer than any of the managers who would ever ask that gave.
It didn't just say tough?
No,
Yeah.
it didn't.
Okay.
But,
Should be
yeah,
happy
exactly.
with
The
your
managers would have.
Too damn
Should be
bad.
happy with your job for asking me questions.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's lots of ways that you can utilize ChatGPT. I think, what kind of scares people today is that because it is in the wild and it's open for everybody, that, you have to be careful about proprietary information. And so I think, the key is to be smart about having some policies and procedures in your organization about how to use it, when to use it, what does that look like. You've got copyright things that you have to pay attention to. But in general, when we think about this, and I was having a whole conversation with a group of educators recently, and they were like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. I'm like, well, guess what? You said the same thing when the internet came out.
Right.
Remember? I mean, again, dating myself, Dewey Decimal System. Yep, I remember it. That was college and graduate school. But then the generation behind me, nobody knows what the Dewey Decimal System is anymore. You look it up online, it tells you where the book is in the library, and most of the time you can get that book online anyway, right? So we're in the adoption phase of this. And so that's sort of how we need to think about it. It's not going away. We just need to figure out how we use that in a smart way to elevate what we're doing and provide the benefit of time when we need it, because that's what we need more than ever at this point, right?
It's amazing how far we've come. You just mentioned Dewey Decimal System, and it made me think that when I was in college, my email system, to delete my emails, I had to type \purge.
Yes.
To delete my emails. So it's crazy. Now I can have a bot delete my emails for me. So, Forrest, what about you? From an LLM perspective, what are you seeing?
Similar. I think it's, if you sort of feed on the RPA helper thought, think of someone who can go and look at the entirety of the contents of the internet ever and come back and prepare what seems like the most relevant stuff for you. It's literally just going and figuring that out. It's not, and this will maybe get into the geeky stuff, it's not general intelligence, but it's probably, meaning there's a specific use of artificial intelligence, and then there is this fear, what typically is the fear, is computers are just going to start thinking for themselves and they're going to do everything with... Yeah, exactly. And I think what it really is it is an exceptionally effective preparer of information. You still have to know whether what it's preparing for you makes sense. So I think that there is domain expertise that you've got to sanity check, fact check. But to Carmel's point, and this is about a year ago, I had just brought someone on. He was 2 months in. We were doing performance reviews, and I said, here are the basics of how this person has performed. I need a one-page memo that summarizes this well. So from a content preparation, massaging, going back to the earlier comment I made about if you want to be specific with your constituents and you want to try to tailor messages, exceptional at here is the core message. I need you to craft it 5 different ways.
Yeah. Right.
Now, is it value additive? Could you argue that it's value additive or an engagement element for someone to sit there and craft 5 messages? I'd argue no. If you know the core of what you're trying to communicate, and then you know how to tell the tool to do 5 different versions of it, you're freeing yourself of sitting there and having to not just retype, but rethink how a message might be crafted. I mean, the basis, and you know more of the technical side, I've been diving into it for 6 and change months or maybe a year. Effectively, it is, if you think of auto predict on your phone, and as you type something, it kind of knows that logically after the boy went to school is the next word. This takes every word ever associated anywhere on the internet, and it says 95% chance that what you're asking me to prepare when you say craft this message a certain way, you're talking about this thing that I read over here. Here's a version of it that kind of looks like that. But again, it still puts on you the mind share of I'm looking at it, it makes sense, it feels right, it feels like my voice. So that's how we've used it, is content preparation, research, to Carmel's point.
Seems like the skill set of discernment is going to be elevated.
Skill set of discernment, that's a great, yeah.
We're gonna need to develop or hone that skill or teach that skill within our organizations.
And then how to follow-up question with it, right? So lots of people will ask one question and then they're like, okay, that's good. Right. No, ask it 5 more questions. Ask it to be more specific, because that's when you start getting the nuggets out of it that you can use, where it becomes more your voice and more how you want to tailor the message, right? So I do think that is a skill we're going to be talking about in the near future here.
But the pace of it is, I mean, for anyone that hasn't followed it, if you've ever heard of hype cycles or adoption cycles, when computers came out, when the internet came out, the pace of change was glacial compared to what this is doing right now. I mean, it really is a cataclysmic change in terms of what you can do with some of these tools. And again, the barrier is not really that hard to get involved in them and try to understand them. The more localized models, we haven't gone into that for our organization, but that's probably the direction that people are going to take, which is trying to get their specific data.
Yeah.
You said predictive analytics. I mean, it bleeds into how do you take the predictive analytics and really make use of it.
Yeah, you talk about the pace of change. We hear our CEO at Armanino a lot say today is the slowest day of the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that can be scary, or it can be empowering if you think about what that's going to enable me to go do. If I get to spend my time living out the mission of my life, right, and what I really want to do, I want to spend more time doing that, and I want to do it fast, right, because I'm going to have a bigger impact that way.
That's right.
So it's exciting that we can look at these tools and leverage our own growth and the growth of our organization. So let's speak a little bit about predictive analytics and machine learning, which sounds very eerily like Terminator and Skynet, but I'd love to learn a little bit more about that. So would you walk us through that and tell us a little bit about what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's sort of on the maturity level of AI and your data. And for those of you who were here for the data session, we sort of talked a little bit about this, but it's predictive analytics is where you're taking information, you're asking questions, you hopefully have questions that you want to ask in your organization that you want answered, and the predictive analytics will help you answer those questions with the data that you have, or that with data that's available in the public, right? And so the key is to have the right data and understand what question you're really trying to answer. And then the machine learning can be plugged in there so that as it sees these patterns, it's learning more and more about what's happening and can provide better predictive predictors. You can also use machine learning in the RPA or digital worker space as well, where as it's collecting and doing its thing, if somebody changes a format on something or you add a new field or whatever, it can be smart enough to go, okay, we're getting the same response, the same answers coming back. Maybe the name of the field was changed or something. It can be smart enough to learn those patterns also. I think when you think about predictive analytics also, or just data in general, these tools today can go through that data so much faster than a human could. It can reconcile and look at that information in seconds, where it would take us, I don't know, weeks, days,
months, yeah.
right, to get through the amount of information that is available to something that's using like a predictive analytics tool.
But what's important, you said earlier, the kind of call response and ask it a different way.
Yeah.
Especially for the predictive side,
100%.
you are training the model.
Yes.
Right? So you still have to look at it and say, I like it, I don't like it, did you consider this? There's an interactivity with it which helps the tool get better, helps the worker get better. And again, to bring it back, I had said, if you can train someone to do something repetitively, if you can have coaching sessions with the people that work for you and tell them how to think differently, there is a parallel with these machine models as well. You are helping it figure out how to make connections, and the reinforcement that you make, the large language models are big neural networks that connect all these words or data trends. The more you strengthen those connections, the better it's going to be at serving you the right thing next time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And one of the things we talked about earlier too was, to your point, as you're building these or thinking about these, you ask the question, you get the answer, you have to rethink, am I asking the right question? Is that the answer I thought I was going to get? And sometimes it's, maybe I didn't know I was going to get that answer, maybe it's still the right answer. Maybe you've been getting an answer that maybe wasn't correct because you couldn't process the information, all of the information that's available.
Yeah, so there's definitely a you don't know what you don't know element out of some of them. And I've seen some of the examples where, to what you said, there is no way you could have known to ask a certain question, but you can put pretty large amounts of information in, and the tools will say, here is a pattern I'm noticing. That then triggers you to think, yes, that's logical, let's further down. It's like a brainstorming session.
Yeah,
it really
exactly.
is. Some of these are pretty incredible of what it can help you do and unlock that, the stuff that's more interesting, I mean, honestly.
And all of these tools are predicated on data and data being clean.
And
we
good.
probably talked about it in the last session, I'm sure you did, but how critical is it that we make sure that we have clean data?
Well, I wasn't here for the last session, but again, I will say our CRM project that Armanino is helping us put together, by the way. It's for. No, but CRM really, we are coming off the Blackbaud CRM system. We're going to Microsoft Dynamics, and one of the things that we want to do is really be able to take advantage of some of these tools. You cannot do it if you don't have good, the garbage in, garbage out problem. If you are not good at taking information in, which the bots and the digital helpers can help you do, then the processing of it and the output is just going to, it's going to give you what it's going to be based on flawed information. So all these things kind of work together, even if they're on different maturity paths or you're jumping in at different points of the cycle.
Yeah.
All right, so we've identified the problems that we're facing. We've identified these really amazing solutions to solve for those problems. So I guess the question now is, what's stopping us, right? What's stopping us from doing some of these things? I know, Boris, you've talked about, you've started some things, you're in process on some changes here, but I think we need to ask ourselves the question, why are we not moving forward? So before I ask you why we're not moving forward, I'm going to ask the audience why we're not moving forward. So we're going to move into another polling question here, and it is, what's stopping your organization from implementing new technology? So we have executive buy-in, cost, we don't know where to start, or we've got it figured all out, we're all in, we're progressive, we're doing it all. So
that is
overwhelmingly,
it's very interesting.
Cost.
I'm very
not surprising. I think probably executive buy-in and cost probably go hand in hand too, I would imagine.
But yeah, that's very interesting.
Is this kind of what you guys
Well,
see as well?
I look at this, so I'm looking at it, 60% cost. I say this respectfully. I think it's a you don't know what you don't know problem, because the cost of some of these things is near free, if not actually free.
In terms of ROI.
In terms of ROI, but, and again, this is not a joke on Armanino, whoever your partner is to implement, I do think there is a cost of thinking with the right partner of what to do first and in what sequence, because it is a word soup. There are a lot of tools out there. Not all of them will survive. Thinking about it ahead of time and putting it in the right order makes sense. But the cost of the actual tools, unless you're going towards the fenced-in, private, large language model that you want to build yourself, for really high-end needs, the cost of starting these things is either built into some of the tools you already have, or you can layer on really, really simple add-ons and start connecting these things and really getting wins. So I'm surprised that the cost seems like such a high barrier.
Well, I think if you look at the history of AI, right? So Watson was a big deal, and IBM came out with that, and Jeopardy, and here I go dating myself again. But right, those nobody that we know bought that.
Bought a Watson.
Bought a Watson, right? It's insanely expensive. But when you look at, and so we all have this picture of AI is for Amazon and Starbucks and those kinds of organizations that are multi-billion-dollar organizations in the 100 multi-billions, right? So, but that's not the case anymore. So the barrier to entry to utilize some of these, most of everything we've talked about today, even some of the predictive analytics, is much, much smaller and more reasonable so that every organization can now take advantage of it. ChatGPT is free. You can log in today, right now, and it costs you nothing. Now, you can pay the monthly subscription of $20 and maybe you get a little bit better results, but they also just announced that it is no longer just 2021 data before. It is now available up to current date.
It goes in searches real time.
So that's free today. The thing you have to do about that is decide how you're going to use it and have some policies and procedures and figure out the most effective way. Things like RPA, again, super low cost to entry. There's a plethora of tools out there that have small subscription fees, and then you identify the 3 to 5 processes that you want to automate, and you're making up your costs with hours saved and certainly time and effort in having folks work on something different. I think the predictive analytics is the one that we think about as being the most costly, just because there is a data cleansing element to that for sure. You have to know what data you're going to be able to use. And we did talk about it in the last session that there's even ways to start those projects that can be fairly cost effective as long as you start with subsets of data and you're not trying to boil the ocean, right? So when we think about AI and how people can engage with it, it doesn't always have to be, well, everything's got to be AI now, or I have to have, there's not always the criteria list that you have to check off before you can start. There are plenty of things you can start with today that are super low cost or free, or you already have licensed or in a tool that you're using that you just need to know how to turn on. So I agree with Boris, partnering with somebody that can help you identify what those things are, and maybe what the low-hanging fruit is that's going to give you the biggest bang for your buck is going to be is super important.
So let's stay on cost for a second.
Sure.
Clearly that was a huge result with, again, 60% of the respondents saying that was their issue. How do we build a model to show what the true ROI is on a project like this? And then how do we go about getting our constituents involved? Like, how do we get our donors involved? How do we get our board to buy into this, the executive director to buy into this?
Building the ROI model we've got, so we have ROI models that we can plug into that. I mean, I think, I don't know, it might be good for Boris to answer that. How do we get our constituents to buy into that?
To be fair, I am an atypical consumer of these things because I grew up with these things. So I think the fundamental message, going back to maybe it was the first poll, second poll, the one we saw, if there is a time and resource constraint, and there is still a myth in the nonprofit industry of your overhead, 15% overhead myth, then the board is very clear on what constituents want. They do not want a lot of wasted time. It is very easy to translate. I mean, you can literally put a demonstration together in about 5 minutes to show one person trying to do 20 invoices and another, quote, person basically doing it in the blink of an eye, and it should be very clear how you can translate it. So I'm not, I won't punt the question, but I don't think you actually have to be perfectly precise on the results. I think you can show it in snippets, and people get it. People get the fact that you can redeploy resources. The way I've gone about it is basically painting that picture. And again, I had help from a good partner. I have some background in it, but you can get that kind of part-time, outside, not necessarily always dedicated assistance to paint the entire picture of vision. And then I think, Carmel, you said earlier, pick the little sliver that you need first. Now, there is an investment up front of that thought process and the partner to put it together the right way. There's no way around that. But unless you believe that AI will go away, and unless you believe that everyone will keep doing it manually and you'll keep up, there's got to be a reality check at the board level to say, this is here, we need to utilize it, let's step back, be thoughtful, and then start carving away little slices of it, which is very easy to do. I mean, it really is. And to show little wins. You can show little wins easily, and people start to buy in at the board level, at the staff level. That's what we found.
So maybe Carmel and Boris, you can help those here in the room with us and watching to understand how we can go about in our organizations to start assessing some gaps where some of these technologies or other tools can help fill or augment. Can you walk us through like where we can start to do that?
I think any process that you have that is repetitive and that you're doing every day and is completely manual and or rote, that's a prime area to start thinking about a digital worker.
Okay.
And that's what I would start.
And if you want a very crude, everyone has it way of tracking this, activity-based costing, is that the old term I remember? ABC. Take your Outlook calendar, put blocks of time for everything, tag them with some label, administrative, donor engagement, whatever, generalized labels, 5 labels. And Outlook will do the time. You could probably give them a bot that will go and do the math on all of your entries. You can very quickly see, quite literally, the percentage of time you're spending on administrative stuff that can be outsourced to technology.
It'd be scary exercise to do that.
Oh, it's
for me personally,
it's a very most people get.
How many hours a week am I spending on my expense report?
Well, your assistant told me not many, which is a different conversation.
Yeah, I got a few emails I need to respond to, apologizing for that. So, well, I hope this was a fruitful discussion. I think we covered a lot of ground here. I know there's probably some questions that came in through the chat that actually we have one right there. Let me see if I can read that. What advice do you have for optimizing the features of your existing tech stack?
I mean, I think there are a lot of tools that will bolt on to your existing tech stack, and I think there's 2 theories about your existing tech stack. One theory is you rip and replace and get newer tech that has all of this enabled already, and you're going to go down that path. The other one is you have a tech stack that's working for you, but it's not AI enabled, and how do I get it there? You utilize bolt-on technology that can come in and help you sort of optimize and bring that tech stack into the century, right? And so there are plenty of tools and ways to do that. Both options have pros and cons. It just depends on where you're at in your life cycle in terms of that tech stack. So certainly there are ways to do that, and I would think you would want to partner with somebody who can help you assess that and really dive into, okay, here are the pros and cons and why you would do one over the other.
And I would say you've got to take some version of inventory of what are you paying for, what cycles are you on monthly, are you on annual? Monthlies are easier to rip out than annuals, that's part of the consideration. Annual or multi-year, obviously. If you are stuck with something multi-year, and coupled with that, I do still think you have to start with some exercise of what am I trying to do? Sure. What is my end goal, and what is my user story, if you will, if anyone has done agile development, what is the user story that I envision for a well-run organization? You then go and you fill the user stories with tools, tweaks, connections, whatever. Yep. But you got to have that conversation first and really be honest of where are we spending our time. I think if you shy away from the fact that there is a lot of wasted time, jumping into the tech stack is maybe putting the tail wagging the dog potentially. And it also, to some extent, binds you to what you have. Yes. I mean, the definition of the question, and I don't mean this rudely to whoever asked it, definition of the question is, how do I get more out of what I have? The only part of what you have that has to stay is the stuff that for whatever financial reason you can't get out of it really has to stay, as opposed to the entire tech stack having to stick around because, it might be dated, it might not have been thought through more holistically. I don't know.
Sure. Well, again, I think we covered a lot of ground. I think we've identified that we all have issues in our organizations that we're facing. There are solutions out there. Maybe a call to action is start somewhere, right? Don't just assume that it's out of reach from a cost perspective or, too difficult to implement within your organization. That's right. Talk to a partner that has done this, who understands it, and can truly help you and your constituents see the impact that it could create within your organization. So I really appreciate both of you joining us today. I think that was a great conversation. And if there are any questions that are in the chat that we didn't get to, please know that we will reach out after the symposium and answer all of those questions for you. So I think with that, we can conclude. We are officially done. Our annual symposium is closed. Appreciate everybody being here today. Such a fantastic event.
That was a great panel, you guys. All right, guys, so we're at the end of our day today. I hope that you guys have all had an amazing day and that you've learned a lot. I certainly have. I know that every time I hear someone speak, there's always something else that I learned from it. So I hope that you all got that same benefit from it as well. We are at the conclusion of our day. Just a couple of housekeeping items. So CPE, remember we got through all the polls today, but there's going to be a survey at the end that you'll have to fill out just to finalize your CPE for the day. If there's any questions or comments or you want follow-up, please feel free to email Megan Kurtz. That's megan.kurtz, Kurtz, @armanino.com. You can also email any of the presenters or do any other reach out that you'd like to. Somebody will get back in touch with you. We are going to be providing the recording and supporting documents to everybody who registered for the symposium today. We anticipate that's going to be distributed to you by next Friday, October 13th. So look out for that. And then we want to, again, thank our sponsors. We couldn't make the day without them. So G2 Insurance, Workday, and Revolution Office, thank you again for your support for the day. And that concludes our 12th annual Nonprofit Symposium. Thank you all very much, and we will see you all next year.